everyone! Welcome back to the stream. How is everyone doing? Hopefully, well. Hope you're all doing well. I would like to apologize for missing the last stream. Yeah, it was not the best day in the world. Little crazy, a little busy, a little stressed, but things are better now. Things are better now, and yeah, life moves on.
Art is to be seen and reacted to now.
That's fair. That's fair. I will see and react to it now. I apologize for jumping in a little bit too early and you know,
looking at art and reacting to it off stream. But we're still gonna look at it. We're still going to yeah, take a look at it. So don't worry. We absolutely will get that pulled up. Welcome everyone. Glad you're here. Victor Gaming Zombie, glad to see you first in chat. And Cameron, congratulations on redeeming
first. Quasi. I'm so sorry, but you were so close. So close. I could even see the thing in stock. So close. But next stream, I believe in you. The last time that I said this, it was to some ran dev, and some ran dev got it the next time. So it very well could be you next time. Just gonna have to wait and find out. Quizzical Gin with the, what is that? Those twerking frogs? Haz? I don't even know how to freaking say that. Something drop. I'm gonna say they're twerking frogs. It looks like twerking frogs to me. Welcome, glad you're here. Fairly, hello, welcome, glad you're here. Hopefully you've had an absolutely fantastic week so far. Simple, I win. Absolutely. Let's see here. I'm only half joking though. I mean, that's fair. I figured as much, but still, I don't want you to feel like I'm going to be looking at things off stream and then not looking at them on stream. I'm gonna look at them off stream when I can, and then also pull them up on stream. Let's see here. Going to Think Well, welcome. Glad you're here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic week so far. No, it will be me who redeems first next. Maybe. We're gonna have to wait and find out. I tried getting first, but a tutorial for channel points popped up because I'm on my phone. No! I mean, that's exciting that you're on your new phone. Very exciting stuff. What phone did you get? Hopefully it's a good one. And but that is very tragic that it popped up because you're on a new phone, and so it's like, well, if it's a new phone, you obviously don't know how to do this, so let us teach you how. Nah, zombie hawk twerkin. I can kind of see it now. At least I got the twerking right, so that's good. How goes it, dude? It goes fantastic. Thank you for asking. What's on the agenda for today? Today we are going to be finishing up the splits. So I worked on it off stream a little bit when I had some time, and so I got the splits mostly working. We've got a couple more things, but I also had some thoughts as I was working on the splits to hopefully make it more fun, and I'm going to run it by everybody here and we'll see how everyone's feeling about it. Hopefully it feels good. This is not like changing gameplay or anything like that. It's just specific to the splits, and it's something that I feel like is going to be a lot more fun to play. So hopefully it will be. Tried getting first, but a tutorial. Oh wait, I already read that one. Nah, if I share it from 7:20 to 7:30, then it's for the stream. I mean, that's fair. Loki, good evening. Glad you're here. Welcome. Otherwise, Fairly says I upgraded it from a Pixel 6 to a Pixel 8. Got it for $270. That is a absolutely fantastic deal. And yeah, if you had a Pixel 6, that means you had it for quite a while. So yeah, I would say that's probably about time to upgrade. And hey, the Pixel 8, absolutely fantastic phone. Yeah, very good choice, especially for $270. That is hard to beat. That is very hard to beat. So that is super exciting, and congratulations. Hopefully it'll be everything that you ever wanted in an upgraded phone. Footlong Icicle says, sup, welcome, glad you're here. Hopefully you're having an absolutely fantastic week. Apparently I am having a very off week. I cannot speak, so that's fun, but welcome, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I was just apologizing to everyone for missing the Tuesday stream. Again, work was very busy, very stressful. We are closing out a Verizon deal, trying to purchase hundreds of phones and upgrade our contract and all that fun stuff, and I have been heading that up, and so it's been a lot, but hey, it's coming along though, and yeah, finally got the order placed today, so hopefully that part of the stress is going to be behind me. And now I get a whole new layer of stress of setting up all the phones and getting them put into our MDM and all that fun stuff, so should be a good time. Let's take a quick look at the art we've got from Cameron right here. It looks absolutely fantastic. I love what you're doing with the hot drink. I'm assuming coffee, maybe hot cocoa, either way. Oh, that is a beautiful looking, I'm going to say cupcake. If it's not a cupcake, let me know. But Looks like an absolutely fantastic cupcake. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff right there. Fantastic. And of course, Loki, the sticker bombing is absolutely wonderful. Oh my gosh. It's beautiful. And it's good to see that you're finished for now. It's not bad. That is not bad. Oh my gosh, look at that thing. Look at that Game Gear. Got the cutouts. Oh my gosh, you cut out every single speaker grill. That is dedication. That is dedication right there, Loki. I like that. That is beautiful. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Let's see. The stuff from Cameron. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful work right here. I love it. As always, hair looks absolutely fantastic. She looks great. Let's see what else we got. Oh. Love the pleated skirt. Love the thigh highs. The boots look fantastic. Love how you did the laces. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Ooh. I almost clicked the wrong button. Hey, here we go. We got a few in one. Beautiful, beautiful. Cameron, I don't know if you feel like you can see your progress, but I can see it. Just in like the few months you've been posting pictures, I can see the progress. Like the details are more fine. They're more refined. They're more fine. Just like your use of color, everything about it just looks absolutely fantastic. So yeah, you're definitely making progress with every single piece that you create, which is absolutely fantastic. I love to see it. Love to see the progress. Keep it up. You are doing great. I love it. Let's see here. Where did I drop off? Sounds good, man. Follow the fun. That's kind of the goal, is to follow the fun. Make sure that, you know, the game's actually going to be fun when it actually comes out, you know? So, yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Let's see here. Draco G, welcome. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. It's funny, just did the same thing. I went from Pixel 5 to a Pixel 8 Pro. Hey, it happens. It does happen. Also, Oblivion was announced to Switch 2 today. The remake is going to be running on the, I guess I can see that. The remake running on the Switch 2, I can see that. Yeah, 100%.
Just redeemed 3.
Oh boy, we're going to have to do some stretching. Lovely seeing you, buddy. I appreciate it. It's good to see you too, Footlong Icicle. I hope that life has been good for you. Booted up the Beat Saber last night and my arms are dead. Yeah, I've got my VR headset sitting next to me, and every time I see it, when I come down, I'm like, I should play some Beat Saber. And then I never do. I should do that. I should do that sometime. Hope you figure your shit out. Oh, don't worry. We'll get it figured out. We'll get it figured out. Fairly says, my Pixel 6 really hated all the daily TikToks I've been making. Lots of crashing the phone getting hot, which the 6 is known for. Yeah, doing that kind of stuff, especially on an older phone, definitely is going to have that effect. 100%. And then, of course, we've got the 35 stream streak from Cameron. That is absolutely wild. 35 streams. Streaking is crazy, but I do appreciate streaking here. Remember, everybody, if you're going to streak anywhere, make sure to streak here in the stream. I appreciate that. It's been 10 years. NSA MDM is easy, by the way. I'm going to have to try it. We're switching to... I don't even remember what it was called. That's how tired and brain dead I am at this point. I can't remember what we were switching to, but should be interesting. Should be interesting. I logged in for the first time today, and it seems like it should be all right. Sadly, game I want to play, but watched one of my favorite streamers play it first. I really didn't like how they're going about it. Oh, with Oblivion? Or something else? Because if it's Oblivion, I'd probably agree with you. Yeah, that one's a hard one to watch other people do. I interpret it as one of those sugar Mexican pastries. I'm not sure what that would be, but it sounds good. So I just stopped watching their playthrough of it. That's fair. It's a good thing to do. Also, the Jellyfields Next Fest demo is almost completed. It just uploaded a new build today that's like 97% done. That is super close. Do you feel like you're going to be ready? Everything's going to be good to go? I hope that last 3% is not going to cause you any grief. Yep, I believe in you, dude. Thank you, Going Into the Whale. I appreciate that. I'm pretty sure I just said Going Into the Ink Whale, but I meant Inkwell. For sure, just posted my earliest saved picture on Discord. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm going to have to take a look. Unless, of course, you're reading the ones that you just posted. I should do that. Me when when my ADHD go brr, or should that have been brr? Probably brr. Let me know what your go-to custom songs are. Need some new ones. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play it again so I can remember which ones I have on there, because it literally has been probably like a year and a half since I played. I mean, the ones that I do know off the top of my head is Best Day Ever from SpongeBob, and what are the other ones? We were talking about it on like 2 streams ago, I think. What was it? Sir Mix-a-Lot. What the freak is that song from Sir Mix-a-Lot? Baby Got Back. Baby Got Back is a good one. You should definitely try that one. Has anyone tried Moltbot here? I have not. Well, I says, my insurance agent yesterday said, so how does 4 work? And then I went, what, 4 per week a day? And he went, no, like 4 score, so like 80 per week. Like, what, we're not in 1862. That is a really weird way to phrase that.
Wish me luck.
Oh, good luck. I hope that it goes well for you. Godot is one that I've thought about maybe learning. Maybe one of these days. One of these days. Let's see, I've been streaming Hollow Knight. Very nice. How's that going for you? Hopefully things are going well with that stream. Let's see, which got a Switch 2 version announced too. I'm almost 8% done out of the 112%. Oh my gosh. Coming up close. Trigger G says the game is Code Vein 2, and just didn't like how they complained about not understanding something, but skipped dialogue and didn't fully read your source. Yeah. I've been seeing a lot of negativity about Code Vein 2, which is surprising to me because it seems like a great game. And so I almost feel like there's a lot of people just like skipping over things and then getting upset that it's too complicated. It's like, well, there's tutorials for a reason, like it teaches you. How's everything going? Game coming along well. Well, Greyfalls, yes, absolutely. Doing well. Game is coming along. We're making progress slowly but surely. How's life going for you? Hopefully things are going well. But understand it's all opinion. That's true. Let's see, gonna be learning Godot. By the way, Moto Games, I posted it after. Okay, I may have to go take a look. The last thing I need to do are like sound effects and their smaller polished things, but I am very thorough with all the details, so it's a ton of polish. Yeah, I feel that. But hey, but honestly, that's probably a good thing, because that means that you are not gonna miss anything. I hope. I'm gonna knock on wood. Knock on wood for you. You're not gonna miss anything, and it's gonna be absolutely fantastic. You can definitely tell how much I've developed my style. 100%, absolutely. Yeah, I honestly, I want to look at this side by side. Because again, like I was saying, you can definitely tell. My first piece is my backup. Wait. My first piece is my backup. Wait, where is it? Wait, did you post it? Or did you post it somewhere else? It didn't send. Oh, no! That's all right. We'll wait for it. You can definitely tell. Let's see. I get an ad. Cam. What do you mean? Oh, let's see. Okay. I just added some BB No Money. Always a good choice. Do love me a few good BB No Money songs. See, look at that. Yes, 100%. I will stand by what I said. You can definitely see the refinement, the extra details, and just everything going on. Like from this. Okay, I guess I should say starting from the first one. From this. To this, 100%. Like there's just so much more artistic direction, I guess you could say, in like what you're doing. All like, and again, like I said, all the details, the designs, the shapes, the way you do all the line art. Yeah, 100% looking absolutely fantastic. And yeah, it's one of those things that, like, you don't really notice if you as you're progressing, if you're not looking back at your old stuff. So that is why I would 100% recommend, if you are doing anything creative, anything at all, making music, drawing, making videos, games, whatever it may be, hold on to absolutely everything you possibly can to a certain degree, right? Like, obviously, if you're like, I don't know, I guess if you're sculpting or stuff like that and you can't keep every single sculpture, maybe you can't do that. But if you can possibly hold on to everything you're making,
save it for posterity.
Exactly. Save it for posterity. Save it for yourself so you can go back and look and see the things that you have done. I don't have everything that I've ever made, obviously. It started freaking 25 years ago, so it's like I didn't even have my own computer back then, let alone like a flash drive or something like that I could put stuff onto. But it's I do have things from like 2005, 2006 here and there. And yeah, it's kind of fun to like go back and be like, oh yeah, this is what I was making all those years ago. So hold on to it. Hold on to it. Don't be like, oh, this is embarrassing, I'm going to get rid of that. Hold on to it so you can then look back later. And sure, maybe it's going to be embarrassing, but at least you can look back and be like, look at how far I've come. Absolutely fantastic stuff. He only works on it an hour stream. Hold up now. Hold up now. I mean, you're not wrong. You're at a line, but you're right. Save it for posterity. All right. I know that we were sitting on a stretch from going into think, well, so let's do a good stretch, and then we're going to catch up on YouTube chat, and then we're going to get actually started on doing game dev stuff. So, oh, this is going to feel good. Here we go. 2 to the left. And then to the right. And backwards. That feels good. He's out of line, but he's right. Exactly. Name that movie. All right, over on YouTube, Dakota says hello. Welcome, Dakota. Glad you're here. Dakota says, hey, Moon, one of those, wait. One of those, something interesting I found cool was a little RPG like Phasmophobia, ghost detective game called, what is the Ghosts? There's a demo for it, kind of weird, but you might be interested. Oh. Wait. It's a different game like Phasmophobia? So it's a cool little RPG like Phasmophobia ghost detective game called What is the Ghost? Okay, all right. What is the Ghost RPG? What is, the Ghost RPG? We've got Ghost, AAA fantasy MMORPG. I don't think that's the one. I don't think that's the one. Wait. Oh my gosh, freaking Google, get out of here. Put it in quotation marks, maybe that'll help. What is the Ghost RPG? What is the Ghost? Go/Echo is a minimalist 2 to 6 player Oracle tabletop RPG. I feel like that's not the one. What is the Ghost? Oh my gosh. Get out of here, Kotaku. Kotaku. That's the one. Is this the one? Is this what you're talking about? What is the Ghost? Screenshots and videos. Seems like there's not a whole lot on this thing. Like very, very little. At least from what I'm able to find. It's 4 players? Oh, okay. So is it not this one then? Because this seems to have like about as much information as my own stuff with Tomb of Vercilias. Actually, did you know this? If you look up Tomb of Vercilias, let's bring this over here. It's always crazy to me that like if I Google Tomb of Vercilias, like my face pops up. I'm just like, what the freak is happening here? All this stuff. But then I found this out the other day. Let's come down here. Game facts. Freaking game facts over here. Look at this. There's not much to it. But we've got ourselves an auto-generated page on game facts. So that's kind of fun. Kind of cool. Looks like it's the same thing with Ragin GG. Look at that. Predicted month 1 units sold, 86. I don't know where they're getting that number from because it is not for sale. What are they talking about? Cumulative wish lists. Ooh, over the past year? I feel like, I don't know if that's true or not. Are we actually like at 240 wish lists? I haven't checked in a while. What about in the last year? We've got 20 followers. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that because I don't know if this is accurate or not. I don't know if we actually have however many wish lists. Where it doesn't even say. So if I hover over this, 20 followers, hover over this. Oh, 240 wish lists. I'm gonna have to check on that and see. Anyway, really weird. Hype meter coming soon. We're working on getting this data. Good times. Player count. Does it actually have any? Okay, all right. I was like, if it actually thinks there's players right now, that's not the case. That is not the case. Anyway, good times. Good times for all. Anyway, yeah. So let me know. Just called, what is the Ghost? I mean, that is what I tried Googling and just nothing came up. Maybe it's just, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to try looking around for it, though. Yeah, it's on Steam right now as a demo. Okay, fair. First your face when your social security number.
Blackhog 320 turned Moonman into a PNG.
I'm a PNG. I'm a PNG, everybody. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I could take like a 30-second nap when I'm a PNG and no one would ever know. If you Google Jelly Fields, it has a little side section. It's wild. Oh, wait, what? Really? That's how you spell Jelly Fields. Oh. Well, there's Kickstarter. All right, what are we talking though? What are we talking? Are we talking on one of these other auto-generated sites? Can't you edit game facts? I don't know. I think it basically automatically pulls the information from like Steam and other public sites, so I'm not sure on that. I can see though. 86 of us, exactly. 86 of you all. See, he's a speedrunner, so I feel like that probably plays a big part into how he plays the game. Could see that. Draco G says, this is really confusing, going back and forth with Draco and seeing you chat on both Twitch and then over on YouTube. You know, I don't know why seeing the Code Vein 2 stream made me so upset, especially at 20, which is making me more upset. I don't know. I do have a hard time watching streamers play RPGs though, because they always play them very different for how I would. The little video game thing on the right of the Steam. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, it didn't do that for like a year. I see what you're talking about now. This right here. Yes, Jellyfield's a video game. Jellyfield's is a casual farming roguelike where you farm to save the world from corruption with the help of magical slimes, all at your own pace. I love it. I love it. But hold up now. Hold up. Jellyfield's on Steam. Genres. All right. That's decent enough. Wait, does Tomb of Vercilias have that? Nope. Just, well, kind of. It's got the overview, so that's, I guess. Platform, Microsoft Windows. I mean, it's not wrong. Technically. Honestly, a lot of this is probably stuff just, again, being pulled from Steam, so, you know. Anyway. Is GameFAQs like wiki for games only? I think so. Pretty sure. But again, it is one that just kind of like it, I think it just pulls straight from Steam. I think that's basically everything here. Because this is the, I can't remember what the name of the image was from, but this is from Steam. And this also, Tomb of Vercilias, is a role-playing game developed and published by Moonwood Games with no announcement release. That is actually not anywhere. Probably AI generated, if we're being completely honest. I was gonna say, I guess maybe someone wrote, then I was like, wait, nope, that was probably just AI generated. I highly doubt someone went in and wrote that. Yours has more images than mine. That's interesting. Well, I think a lot of it is just being put, because like, this is from, I think basically all of this except for this. So these are all from Steam. This is from YouTube. This is from YouTube. Steam, obviously. Also don't, oh, that's if you look up Moonwood Games. That's exciting stuff. Cool. I don't know. It's good times. Yeah, who knows? All of it is just like all auto-generated anyway, so it's like, nah. Cameron says, I found a new game that's fun. Can I share the link? Absolutely. You grow your own flowers. Oh, that sounds like fun. I should go update to make it says it's by Moonwood Games. No, please do not make it say that it's from Moonwood Games. That is inaccurate. Absolutely inaccurate. What do we got here? Ooh. Florisium? Grow your very own garden inspired by nature, flourishing in your care. Cozy up your corner with a touch. Decorate your space with hundreds of props. I almost said drops. This does look very cozy. I like this. Well, yeah, I like that. I like it. Also, I just realized the music is a little bit louder than I usually have it. There we go. Now I feel like I don't have to scream quite as loudly. Oh my goodness, another example. Yes. See? So look at that. Exactly. Another example right here. You can see the difference from this guy to this guy. Yeah, leaps and bounds differences. So keep it up. Keep it up. If you're working on something, if you're being creative, keep working on it and you will get better as time goes on. Even if you think you're already super great, you'll get even better, I promise. Sorry, Android fans, not quite there yet. It's okay. Isn't there a game where you make your own sounds for animals? That'd be kind of fun. My first flower is in that I made is in the Discord. Oh, I'm gonna pull that up in a little bit. Name is maybe your voice zoo, I think. I don't know, but that sounds like a good time. Over on YouTube, the guy on the net says, "All right, new stream, new scream, scream, Adam Moth." What are we talking about? End of the world? No, not the end of the world. I wasn't prepared for it. I did not think that I'd be streaming the end of the world, but here we are. It's the end of the world. Thanks for joining me, everybody, here for the end of the world. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Anyway, all right, let's get into some game dev stuff, shall we? I think we shall. I think we shall. So, like I said, I was working on the splits just a little bit since I didn't stream on Tuesday. Again, wasn't feeling super great. Oh, wait. Technically, Loki, I skipped your message and Quasi's message. So... that was my bad. But I agree, Quasi. That is a mood. And Moonwood Games is the best. Is the best wood games. Loki, I'm so glad that you've been here from the beginning. It's absolutely fantastic. The fact that like there are so few people that actually know the lore behind Moonwood Games, it's beautiful stuff. Honestly, I would probably forget if you didn't remind me. So I love it. I absolutely love it. Let's see. My Singing Monsters. I think that's the one you're thinking of. No, not My Singing Monsters. This is like you record your own voice for zoo animals. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. I don't know. I'm also not super familiar with apps. I've got my like half a dozen that I have, and that's about it. You know, game wise. Quasi joined the Forgotten Club. It happens. It happens. All right, everybody. So let us come in here and let us look at the splits. So, yes, we've got the splits basically working at this point. So I think the only thing left, if I pull up my notepads, we can look at the bugs and see kind of where we're sitting here on the bugs. We are currently sitting on, if the player splits and then draws a blackjack qualifying hand on hand 1 or 2, it auto attacks, which I feel like I don't want it to. I don't want it to auto attack. I want it to be if you get a blackjack, it doubles your damage, and then we call it good there. We don't want it to auto attack, and so that one should be pretty easy. Monster soft hands are messed up. If the monster is above a 17, a soft hand shouldn't apply, but it does. So that is something not exactly related to splits. And the other one is the monster. So when I was testing it, the monster had a 21, and I had a 21 on one of my hands, and it didn't go to a tie. It just had the monster bust. Wait, I think that's actually what I wanted to have happen. So I'll just have to figure out how to make that a little bit better. That guy on the net says, end of the world. In fact, make that moth orange. Wait a minute. 153rd episode. Jeez, good idea. It is slowly but surely adding up. It is crazy to think this is episode 153. Absolutely wild. I know that over on Twitch, you don't see that number because I don't have it over on Twitch. But yeah, this is episode 153. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. My voice zoo on Steam.
Says, are you making the music for Tomb of Vercilias too?
That is a great question. I will not be. I am not a talented enough artist. I have opened it up to a couple people. I've received a couple of different example songs, and some of them are close. It's mostly, so this has mostly been on me. I have, yeah, so I've had a couple people that I've kind of extended it to, gotten a couple example songs back, and then we like kind of like went back and forth like once or twice, and then I was supposed to give more examples, and then I didn't end up doing that. But without giving away any spoilers, oh my goodness, what the?
Thank you Axel_Benedict for maintaining the Moonwood Alliance for 10 months.
Axel, thank you so much. I appreciate that. 10 months is wild. Thank you so much for being subscribed for 10 months. I do appreciate that. So thank you, thank you. Axel says, I'm just here to resub and go to sleep. I've been awake for 53 hours with only a 3-hour nap in between. Have a great night, my friend. Axel, I appreciate you jumping in here, subscribing or resubscribing. Yeah, resubscribing for 10 months. I appreciate that. And yeah, I hope you have an absolutely fantastic evening. Go get some sleep. You definitely deserve it. That is a very long time to be awake. And yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm also here to keep my streak. That's fair. That's fair. My Prime sub expires Sunday. I just remembered. It's getting close. It's getting close. I refuse to stop streaking. Axel, as I always say, if you're going to streak anywhere, streak here in the stream. I do. On the net says the Moonwood tribe. It's here. It's here, and if you want to be a part of it, you can be. Everybody can be a part of the Moonwood tribe. Anyway, yeah. So on with the music. So as of right now, I am in talks with an individual who I have so much respect for. It makes absolutely fantastic music. His music is actually the music that I've played on stream to show examples of what I want the music to sound like, right? And yeah, and so I'm really hoping that I can make it work.
Inkwell says, valid and fair.
Yeah. I don't know why that cut off. That should not have cut off. Valid and fair. Music is hard and even harder to do well. Yeah, and here's the thing. I tried my hand at music like 10, 15 years ago, and it was fun, but I'm not good at it, especially when it comes to, because I want like 8-bit music, and I cannot do that. So yeah, actually, so I will, you know, I might as well, just because I don't, it's not the end of the world. If it doesn't pan out, then it's not going to be the end of the world. So there we go. Yes. So for anyone, if you are familiar with X Deverucci, makes absolutely fantastic music, especially like 8-bit music and stuff like this. So I'm hoping again, I emailed X Deverucci and then emailed back, and then I need to actually respond. We're just kind of like trying to figure out if we can make it work, kind of a deal. But yeah, really great stuff. I think it's this one right here. We don't want Bandcamp. We want it's over on, I guess it's on Spotify. Okay, there we go. So yeah, so basically, okay, all right. And I know that I can play this one on the stream because it is open. It is open to stuff. Hey, look at that. I responded. That's fun. Anyway, so this is the kind of music that I'm hoping to have in the game. So let me just pause this and then unmute this, and we'll just kind of do a little bit of this. So yes, this is actually the music. There we go. I'm actually going to turn it down on here. So this is actually the music that I used in Plunge into the Dungeon, if for anyone who, you know, saw Plunge into the Dungeon. So yeah, so it's this kind of music, you know. I think that it would fit perfectly. So let's see if the Icy Cave, maybe this one. Yeah, so it's like music like this. I hope that you can like hear it without it being too loud.
Inkwell says, what is Plungeons of the Dungeon?
That is an absolutely fantastic question. So Plunge into the Dungeon. Let me just get this kind of adjusted so it's not too loud. So Plunge into the Dungeon. Let's go to moonwoodgames.itch.io. So Plunge into the Dungeon is a game that I made for the Shovel Jam, the 2025 Shovel Jam, hosted by Inbound Shovel. If you're familiar with Inbound Shovel, the Inbound Shovel Jam was absolutely fantastic, wild. I loved it. It was massive. Didn't win. I came in 46th place, but I had an absolute blast doing it. I actually wonder, it's been a while. Let me look at this. Submissions. Am I still? Oh, look at that. I'm still, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still 7th place. I'm very happy about that. Anyway, in terms of like plays. So anyways, yeah, Plunge into the Dungeon. It was a game that I made for the Shovel Jam. And yeah, so this is actually the music that I used in Plunge into the Dungeon. And yeah. So basically this is the music that I have been wanting to, again, like I've used this as like the examples for this is what I want the music to sound like. And yeah, and so then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to reach out. I'm just going to see if X Deverucci does commissions. And if so, then, you know, I'll find out and see. So anyway, so it does sound like they do commissions, but we haven't really talked about like we haven't talked about fine details. So hopefully, fingers crossed, maybe X Deverucci will do the music for Tomb of Vercilias. We'll see. Again, like as you can see, and well, mostly as you can hear. Oh my gosh! I just realized Tomb of Vercilias is currently over everything. There we go. Now you can see things. This is Plunge in the Dungeon. If you go to moonwoodgames.itch.io. So yeah, so Plunge into the Dungeon was a game that I made for the Inbound Shovel Jam. I am so sorry. I did not realize. Sometimes I'm so bad at streaming. Why do I try to be a streamer? It's the worst thing. I'm so bad at it. Anyway, yeah, so this is Plunge of the Dungeon, and this is the music that I used for it. So if you have ever played Plunge of the Dungeon, then you will recognize this music, maybe. It's not like it's a classic game, so you probably don't just recognize the music from the game. Anyway, yes, that's kind of that's the hope. That is the hope anyway, and we'll see what happens. Yeah. So this is X Deverucci stuff. So actually, if you are not subscribed to X Deverucci, and if you like this kind of music, so if you come over here, you will see absolutely fantastic stuff. So yeah, so obviously they've got things in 16-bit, 8-bit. They also do like their own original mixes. They've got their own like where is it? It's the Bloodstained Game Boy Suite soundtrack is just it is beautifully done. It's obviously a remake of the Bloodstained soundtrack, but it is so good. I'm not going to play this one because I think that this one does have copyright issues, so I'm not going to play that one. But yeah, so lots of original work, lots of remixing other music into like 8 and 16-bit soundtracks, and yes, that is the hope. That's the hope anyway. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, that is to answer your question with a very long answer. So I apologize that it's been so long, but yeah. Cameron says it's a cult, right? That's true. Yes, we are in the Moonwood Games cult. I mean, Tribe does work pretty well, but we mostly cult. Valid and fair. Let's see. Going to Team says, heck yeah, Stardew Valley. Something like Stardew Valley. What is Plunge into the Dungeon? Let's see, Plunger Dungeon is what I heard. That's exactly what it is. It's Plunger Dungeon. I mean, Inbound did come to a stream after. That is true. That's true. Inbound Shovel did join one of the streams afterwards, which was crazy. Because again, like if you are not familiar with Inbound Shovel, highly recommend. Absolutely fantastic dude. Yeah. So Inbound Shovel is absolutely fantastic. Also, if you like indie game dev content, he puts out crazy amazing stuff. So go subscribe if you're not. And yeah, so it's for his game jam that he did. And and then now that you can actually see the screen, as you can see here, so these are currently, I believe, the most popular games. So I think Pre-Rolled was actually the most popular. I think Pre-Rolled won, correct? No, they were 10 overall. I don't know why that's so crazy to me, that it's like the ones that didn't even win are the ones that are currently the most popular. It's kind of crazy to me, actually. Oh, Denied was number 2. Not bad though, not bad. Number 44. And of course, this absolutely, that's right. Nolocus was number 1. Beautiful. Lizardlike, I don't know if you're still out there, but Lizardlike had been a part of the streams quite a bit and made this game beautiful stuff. Like, if you want to play a fun game, I should actually probably, I have opened so many freaking tabs here. What am I doing with my life? Oh, I see what's going on now. It opens up a new, okay, all right, never mind. I am actually going to, I'm pretty sure you can now, so I'm going to drop a link to the games here in the Shovel Jam. So if you want to play a whole bunch of really fun games right here, freaking, there's so many in this jam. Some are crazy, some are fun, some are scary, and yeah, so Plunge in the Dungeon. Plunge in the Dungeon is currently the number, what was that, 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, so number 7 most popular, which I'm very proud of. Anyway, all this to say, yeah, the music, we're gonna see what happens. Worst case scenario, I'll figure something out. I'll figure something out. So anyway, all right, let's get that muted. Let's get that back up here playing. And okay, there we go. Let's see. Fairly says Inbound seems really cool. He does seem really cool. He's I don't know what it is with like much like when content creators are like way bigger than me. Like even Fairly, sometimes I feel like if I ever reach out to you or like message you, I almost feel like I'm distracting you and like keeping you from like doing what you need to do. And so yeah, so I sometimes when there are content creators that are like leaps and bounds further ahead than I am, I sometimes feel like nervous still like messaging and reaching out. And so like I don't know, there's like a part of me that wants to just like reach out to him and just be like, I don't know, just like chat and just like get his opinion on things and all this. But like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird. Did you at least learn anything from making it? Oh, I learned so much. And it's actually, I want to actually add more to it. Because here's the thing, like, I mean, maybe you saw. So I actually have a roadmap here that I have not done any work on since I posted it. But this is actually something that I want to eventually, once we get Tomb of Vercilias done, I want to do more work on this. And so as of right now, it is very basic. It was like a week-long game jam, I think. It was pretty short. And I think that I actually ended up, I joined the jam, didn't do anything on this for like, now I'm trying to remember actually. I'm pretty sure it was this jam where I joined it and I was like, I don't think I'm actually going to do anything. And then there were like 2 days left and I was like, you know what? Actually, I do want to make a game. And so then I made this game. So I didn't have a whole lot of time. But yeah, so I want to add more game modes, a level up system, an equipment shop, an achievement system, a story mode, and then I want to add it to have like a downloadable version, because right now it's only playable through the browser. So I want to get an actual downloadable version on itch, and I want to do a Steam release, and then try and get a mobile release out there as well. So yeah. So I do have a roadmap of things that I want to add to the game, but yeah, it's a good times. So anyway, if you want to play some good games, there's the link that I sent, and yeah, good times indeed. Okay, let's see. Whew, I'm sorry, I feel like I've done so much talking. And new build is up. Now I just need some testing. There's a lot of sound effects I need still. Yeah, sound effects, that is a bit, I feel like sound effects are going to take so long on Tomb of Vercilias. I'm excited, but also nervous. The guy on the interwebs over on Twitch now says, I am now on Twitcher. LOL. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. And now that I saw you go back to YouTube, I apologize. I am so sorry, but I'm glad you were here on Twitch as well, and then I'm glad you're over here on YouTube still. So thank you. Lizard is not currently in Twitch. Okay, all right. Well, hopefully Lizard comes back, because Lizard, yeah, I enjoyed having Lizard here. How do those guys do the blank says thing? Wait. How do those guys do the blank says thing? I'm not sure what you mean. Are you meaning like the text to speech? Is that what you're meaning? Because if it's text to speech you're meaning, there is a redeem on Twitch that will allow you to do like text to speech, and then you can also do text to speech if you do like if you subscribe, if you do bits, things like that. I have the text to speech.
Thanks for the follow, THT guy on the interwebs.
Thank you so much for the follow, that guy on the interwebs. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Let's see. I truly appreciate any message. Woo.
THT guy on the interwebs just redeemed.
Well, everybody, we gotta do some stretching. Here we go. Oh, let's do some stretching, and let's go this way this time. Here we go. And the other way.
Fairly I says, Gellyfields is recruiting anyone to test the game and find bugs and provide feedback. I'm desperate.
I mean, I am down. Jellyfields is recruiting anyone to test the game and find bugs and provide feedback. I'm down. I would 100% love to do that. Yeah, absolutely. I truly appreciate any message from you and look up to you. You can message me anytime. Thank you, Fairly. I appreciate that. I know that I need to not be nervous about it, because I know that, like, you know, between us, like, but I don't know, like, for some reason, every now and then when I think about it, I'm just like, yeah, but what if he's like super busy with stuff and I don't want to like be that guy that's like, hey, how's it go? So I need to get over that. So roadmap is a lie. It kind of is. As of right now, it currently is a lie. Why did you do an ad break? I'm sorry. I didn't control it. It just happens. What's all this then? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely not fair. Nothing. Nothing. We're just chatting. Everything's fine. Hey, dude, can I play Plunge into the Dungeon on my Twitch? Absolutely you can. Absolutely you can. I would love if you did. That would be fantastic. Lobterfest. Comcast and Lobters. I do love me a good Lobterfest. Absolutely. Back on Twitch. Did you mean text-to-speech? Yeah.
Says /me. Oh my goodness. I've been turned to the voice of God. I've been given the gift of God. God's voice. Not the gift of God. I've been given the gift of... That's all we're going to say right there. Anyway, says this is always an option.
Let's see here. Jellyfields is recruiting. You are welcome. Also, praise... Okay, bye. Got a Discord? Jellyfields.com at the bottom. Thank you, friend. Yeah, fantastic. Beautiful stuff. I wishlisted the game. Yes, if you have not wishlisted Jellyfields, make sure to go do that. Because, yeah, absolutely, 100%. All right, everybody. Let's see here. Let's see. And then I think... over on YouTube, that guy in the net, why am I purple again? Speaking of my suggestion, don't forget to quote, unquote, suggestion. Now I gotta get back to YouTube. No! Okay, you're back. And then Jergoji says, do you know what the cooldown on text-to-speech is? Because it always says it's out of stock for me. I think that it should be 5 minutes. Pretty sure it's 5 minutes. But that's also bizarre that it would say out of stock. So I think... if you come down here, text speech, your message, and yeah, like it should work. I don't want to use it because I don't want the cooldown to go. I don't know, Draco. I don't know. That is very bizarre, though. I've been inverted. Praise Radiance. Oh, Praise Radiance. Okay. Yes, that's what I meant. If anyone here wants to test Jellyfields, it's a special hidden test, so you need to opt into it on Steam. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Fairly, hey, dude, your Discord link just links to just the Discord website. Oh, well, that's not good. Radiance gives you the gift of inversion. Yes, I do love the gift of inversion. All right, everybody, let's jump into this, shall we? Now that I'm way past when I said I was going to be, doing this. So, yeah, let's jump in. All right, everybody, let's jump in. So, like I was saying, with the splits, they are basically all the way done at this point. I think I'm actually going to switch off of those because those are actually going to be buggy. We do not want the aces as of right now. So, let's do the card draws. Let's switch over to here, and we're just going to say do 1140 and 1153. So that should give me kings every time, which I feel like king should be good. King should be good to get every time. Yeah. All right, let's just take a pyro charge for now, I suppose. What's all this about Radiance? Jokes. Also, I unfollowed. No, please don't unfollow. Please. I need every single follow. Please. Look at how close we are getting to the followers goal. 462 out of 475. It's not bad. We're getting close. All right. So, if we come over here. Hi, what?
I realized what I did wrong. I gave people the ability to change my voice. That's what I did wrong. We need to go the other way. We need twos, not kings. Twos, not kings.
There we go. All right, that should be better. That should be better. Okay. Let's grab a Mathra's ale-soaked gauntlets, I suppose. Lamp. Okay. Trigger says, do you play more or less games since you started making this game? And if so, what types of games do you play? Yeah, I definitely play way less games nowadays. Because, basically my free time is now, and this is when I'm streaming. So it's like, yeah, my free time is much more limited. And yeah, so I don't play as much, but on the off chances that I do have time to play, it's mostly 7 Days to Die. And then recently, Hightail. Those are like the two games that I'll play on my own. 7 Days to Die, if I know that I've got at least an hour, because I'm further along in my playthrough, and so basically every single POI that I'm going to be going through is a larger one, and so it takes over an hour for me to actually search the entire thing and kill all the zombies and collect all the loot. So yeah, so 7 Days to Die is probably the main one, and then Hightail, if I'm like, I've only got like 20 minutes here, let's jump in and mine some stuff and all that fun stuff, so... that's kind of my current go-tos. Okay, that's better. There's the 2s. Okay, so as of right now, let me kind of show. I'm gonna walk you through what I've decided on. It kind of started out as a bug, and then I was like, you know what? This actually makes it way more fun. So if we split, we then get our 2 other cards. So this is at a 12, that is at a 4. So let's hit again on the 12. We've got a 22. So the 22 has busted. Which I was like, okay, how are we going to make this work? Originally, I was like, well, what if, you know, as soon as it busts, the cards just disappear and then you're going. But then it's like, how do you then know you were in a split? But I guess it doesn't really matter if you were in a split. Anyway, so it was when I was trying to figure out, I was like, well, but how are we going to get this all figured out? Yada, yada, yada. And then, you know, I was just kind of playing along, testing it, all this fun stuff. And then I realized, what if we make the splits even more OP? Basically, the idea is, if you have a split, I'm treating it as almost like a advantage in D&D. Like if you're rolling with advantage in D&D. So if you're not familiar with D&D, if you're rolling with advantage in D&D, basically you get to roll 2 dice and you get to take the highest roll. So the way that I'm kind of looking at this is, if you split your stack, you're essentially drawing with advantage, because even if I bust on this top hand, I still have the chance to not bust on the other hand. And then so if I stand on 18, so long as he doesn't draw 18 or above, then I will win with both hands, because at least one of them was a winning hand. So let's stand on an 18. Let's see what he gets. So he's got an 11, a 22. He busted. I get to attack with both hands. And so this is kind of where I was talking about, like, I feel like it almost is more fun like this. So instead of it just, oh, sorry, like you split your hand, but then you bust on that one, so sucks for you. So, excuse me. So kind of like the whole, with the ties, instead of having the ties, just like you basically, it just kind of forfeits that hand. Instead of doing that and doing the whole dice roll thing, I feel like it just kind of makes it a little bit more fun and interesting and exciting. And so kind of the same thing with the splits, where I'm like, well, if you split, just treat it like you're drawing with advantage, and yeah, and then you have 2 chances to, you know, and then at that point, basically what you can do is you can kind of like test with each hand. Okay, well, I busted on both hands. There we go. But then that way you can kind of like test with both hands and be like, okay, this one's at an 18. Close, but let's see how close we can get. This one, 10, 12, 21. There we go, 21. But then on top of that, you can then also make it even more powerful of an attack, because as of right now, you know, this will do 1, 2, 3 damage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. So we're going to be doing 8 damage with this. But because this is an 18, but this one's a freaking 21, so like this one's gonna win. So if I then take a hit here, now I'm doing 9 damage because I've drawn another card. I know I'm gonna win because this is a 21, so I stand. There we go. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's kind of how I'm feeling. I feel like that should make it a little bit more fun, a little bit more interesting to get to do the splits. That way, instead of it being, you know, because it was kind of the way that it originally would have worked, is basically if you do a split, you have a chance, maybe, as long as you don't bust on the hand. But instead of having each hand be playing separately, the way that I want to do it is the hands are basically working together. And so long as at least one of them wins, then you attack. So anyway, thoughts? How do people feel about that? Do you feel like that's going to be not fun, or do you think that's going to be actually fun to do? Let me know. Yeah, I personally, as I'm sitting here test playing this, I feel like it's more fun. I feel like it's more fun to sit here and, you know, when you actually get a split, it makes it that much more exciting, because you're like, perfect, I have this opportunity to be able to, you know, essentially have, I have twice as likely of a chance to be able to actually get a winning hand. So anyway, I think that's probably what I'm going to keep it as. That way you can kind of like, you know, mix. Okay, I've got a 20, so now I know that I can go here again. 19, now I know, okay, well, let's go on this one again. There we go, 29. I'm going to be doing so much more damage with that one. So long as he doesn't get a 20 or above, there we go. Anyway, so that's how the splits are working as of right now. I personally feel like it's more fun. Again, let me know if you don't feel the same. If you feel like that is not more fun, then yeah, let me know. Let me know. Yeah. What? What is that? Oh my gosh. That was unexpected. I did not expect to see this card cut like that. You want to know why the card is cut like that? I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you why the card is cut like that. It's because this is the same image layer that I was using for the whole like portal spinny thing. Is like, so like the those lines getting filled up on the like spinning dials. It's the same image layer, and so it is maintaining the image cropping, like the image mask, the layer mask that had been applied to that layer. That's fun. I need to go in and fix that. That's, oh my gosh. I'm glad that I tested that because I would not have ever known. All right, let's take a hit on that guy. Oh my gosh. It's the same thing. Ah, you gotta love them. You gotta love the bugs. Holy smokes, that is 4 2s in a row and then a 5. Okay. Okay. 7. What the freak is happening here? Okay, let's stand on a 17 and let's see what happens. Just watch, he's gonna get an 18. How did I know? How did I know that was gonna be a one-hit kill on this guy? All right. Okay, well, let's fix that really quick. Let's fix that bug. That's exciting stuff. Fairly says, to be honest, with my limited knowledge of the game, I'm not sure what it is or isn't fun in it. Yes, so essentially, so I'll for anyone who doesn't, because here's the thing, I did not understand splits until pretty recently, which is why it's been such a weird, complicated thing to get back in, to like get added into the game, because it wasn't in the game originally. This is why I had to redo the entire battle system, is because I hadn't designed the battle system around splits and doubling down, because I was like, I don't understand these rules. I'm not going to look into them. I know the basics of blackjack, which is draw as many cards as you can to get up to 21 without going over, and so long as the dealer doesn't go above 21, but you have drawn more than the dealer, then you win. And if the dealer draws more, then they win. That was basically my understanding of blackjack when I started making this game, which maybe is probably in hindsight not the best idea to start making a game about blackjack when you know so very little about blackjack. But anyway, so basically the way that the splits work. So let me actually do this really quick. Let's do new. Doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. We're just gonna do I don't know, 200 by 100. Sure. There we go. All right, so basically this is how the splits work. So let's bring that down to there. Cool. All right, so do we actually need this representation? I don't think it's going to make it actually any easier to understand, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to do it anyway because why not? Nope, we're not doing this way. We're not doing this way. We're doing this. Let's do 300 and 200. There we go. Okay, so basically, this is the way that splits work in blackjack. So, in blackjack, if you draw 2 of the same card, so let's say, for example, if you have, if you have an ace and an ace, then that you can then split. And then basically, when you split these, basically what it does is you will move one of the aces to its own new hand, and then you draw 2 new cards. So let's say, for example, you would then draw, let's do a 3, and we'll do a 4. So there we go. So this is one hand here, the ace and the 4, and this is another hand, the ace and the 3. And then you are basically playing each one of these hands separately. Now, in normal blackjack, say, for example, if you were to, so you would basically say, all right, I want to take a hit on this hand right here, and let's say it gives you 10. So now you are at, let's see, what would that be? That would be 4. So now you're at 14. And then say, for example, you want to take a hit on here and then we'll draw an 8. So now you're at 8. Let's see, 11, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So now you're at 23. So then that would drop down. Anyway, basically the idea is you will keep taking hits and you'll play each hand separately. But so these hands have absolutely nothing to do with each other at all. They're two completely separate hands. And basically what you can do is, so long as, you know, if you were to then get this to eventually equal, say, 20, and then if this one were to eventually equal, 17, and then if you're, you know, stop on that, and then say, for example, if the dealer were to draw a 19, this hand would win, and you would, you know, get your winnings from that hand. This hand would lose, and so you would lose the extra money that you put down on that hand. So it's basically just giving you an extra opportunity to, you know, be able to, I don't know, earn more money on a single hand, basically. So it's two hands against the dealer, but these hands do not have, there's absolutely no cross between these two hands. They have nothing to do with each other. And so, you know, not that that's necessarily a bad thing. Obviously, you know, that's how it works in Blackjack. But I figure it could be a lot more fun if these do have basically a symbiotic relationship, not necessarily sharing the values. So, you know, so these values are going to be completely separate from each other. So, you know, so if this one's a 20 and this one's, if you draw again, and then suddenly this is a busting hand of like 24, basically this one here will still be playable so long as this hand does not go over 21. So as long as this other hand doesn't bust, then this hand can still be in play. And so, you know, so for example, if the dealer again draws a 19, they are less than this 20. And so since you had a 20, which won this, you would then attack with both hands. So I feel like that would be a lot more fun than just being like, okay, well, this one went over 21. And so that hand's just gone. Like, no more is it there. Like, I know that's kind of how the rules go, but it's like, I almost feel like it would be more fun to be able to kind of have that symbiotic relationship where so long as one of them wins, they both win. And if both of them lose, then they both lose. But if the dealer then draws higher, so then, you know, say, for example, if the dealer then got a 21, then you would lose both hands because, well, the dealer's at a 21, and you only have the highest below a 21 is 20. So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So that's kind of the crash course on how splits work. I know there are technically some more, like, here's the thing. Blackjack has so many freaking weird technical rules. I'm not going to get into those. I just want to make sure that we cover the main parts of Blackjack, which we got in the very beginning. It was don't go over 21 and get more than the dealer. We didn't even have it to the point where if the monster drew over 17, they didn't stop drawing, which is supposed to be how that is. So there are some casinos that don't do this technically, and some of them have it set to 18. But in general, a general understanding of Blackjack is if the dealer hits a 17, they cannot draw anymore. They cannot be like, well, I've got a 17, but the player has a 19, so I'm going to try and draw one more time, because it's like, oh, I'm going to lose either way. It's like, nope, you just, if the dealer has drawn a 17, they cannot draw anymore. Same thing with the soft hands, which is actually one of the bugs that had happened that we need to get fixed, because I think you saw it once as I was coming in here and drawing. They had a soft hand, but they hit 19. But it then applied the soft hand, so I was like, well, this could be a soft hand, so I do need to fix that. So anyway, so general idea is you can split your hand, and then it will then become two separate hands, like they don't share a score, but if one of them goes over 21, but the other one doesn't, technically the other one that didn't go over 21, so long as they are above what the monster drew, then both hands will attack. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's, as I was test playing it, I was like, this is actually a lot of fun, because then it's like, because once you feel like, okay, like with this right here, for example, I've got an 18 here. I probably don't want to draw an 18, right? But the 14, since I know that I already have an 18, I'm like, I feel a lot more, I feel like I could come in here and be like, oh, well, I've already got an 18, which is a pretty good number. So let's take a hit on this one. Like, what's the worst that could happen? Okay, I went over, I'm at 24, but as long as the monster doesn't draw over 18, then I'm good, and I win on both hands. So let's see what happens. He's got a 10, he's got a 15, he's got a 25, he busts, I win with both hands. There we go. He's gone. He is gone. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I do feel like it just kind of makes it a little bit more fun. But if it feels cheap, let me know. But I think this should be a lot more fun to play like this. What is up with all these freaking 2s? There we go. 15. I feel like taking a hit on the 13 feels better. 17. Okay. We're going to stand on a 17 and hope for the best. 13, 23. Oh! Ah, look at that. I do so much more damage now that I've got freaking Axel's daggers of damage. Freaking doubling my attack. It's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff. Ooh, 20 is good. 14. 24. There we go. Like, did I have to take another one? Technically, no, because the 20 is really good. But because I'm drawing that 4th card, I'm now going to be doing an extra 2 damage of Hydra damage. So, you know, it's kind of fun. Kind of fun. Stand. So help me if he gets... No! No! Anyway, when that doesn't happen, it's a lot of fun. Yeah. Bro got a 29. Oh dear, bro didn't do his research. I really did not do my research at all. Which is funny, because I've had the idea for this game for like 5 years now or something like that. It's literally been about 5 years that I have thought this would be a fun game to my... Okay, not necessarily in the form that it currently is. Tomb of Vercilias... Well, okay, not Tomb of Vercilias. The idea of using Blackjack as the battle system has been in my mind for like wanting to do it for, again, probably like five-ish years now, 5 or 6 years, something like that. And I have never been able to quite get it right. And so I've never made it as far as I have now, which I feel like I have it right now. Yeah. So, but you'd think in all those years, I would have like researched Blackjack more to know more of how it works. I just thought that I knew how it works. I was like, yeah, it's super simple. Like you draw draw up until 21. Just don't go over 21 and make sure that you draw more than the monster draws. You're good. I had no idea about splits and doubling down and yeah, not great. Not great. You sound like a nerd. Just a little bit. I like little counters. Thank you very much, Winkling. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's I really like the way that I have updated the UI. I do feel like it works really well with the battle. I think it's a lot of fun. I do think it's a lot of fun. I think the last one that I need to add is this 1x damage right up here. I don't know if I can. Okay, really close. If I go like that, it looks like I'm not at the edge of my green screen, but I am. Anyway, yeah. So I think this is the last one that I need to do. I think I'm probably gonna do in the same style, and I'll just have it over here like this. And yeah, and it'll just show your multipliers of damage. So, you know, could be a good time. That does seem quite fun. Thank you, Fairly. Yeah, it's it was, again, like I said, it was a bug at first. It was not something I was going to leave in here. I was like, okay, we need to fix that. We need to make it so that if you bust on one hand, it doesn't actually do anything in combat. And then as I was test playing it before I finished fixing the bug, because I worked on something else and I was going to go fix that bug. And like I was test playing the splits and I was like, this is actually kind of a good time, like being able to have basically drawing with advantage. Okay, you saw right there. They had a soft hand, but their hand was too high. Like they should not have done the soft hand there. So yeah. Anyway, so we gotta fix that. So why Blackjack? Again, like I was saying, you know, it's been several years that I've kind of had this idea in my head. So originally, Tomb of Vercilias was not going to be Blackjack. It was not something that had crossed my mind to do with Tomb of Vercilias. Ooh, there we go. So actually, Tomb of Vercilias was going to be. Let me get this pulled up really quick. Let's see. What did I call it? Black Mage Jack? Oh my gosh. Frickin' I want to search my files, not Adobe's files, you frickin' thing. Okay, come on. Black Mage Jack. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So, let me close that really quickly. So yeah, so Black Mage Jack was actually the original idea, and it was going to be a mobile game. I was going to make a mobile game of Black Mage Jack. So basically, the general idea was, let's see, I'm trying to figure out what would be like the best example. I don't know. it went through so many iterations. Oh my gosh. So I mean, so there's this one. So this one was 2 years ago was the last one that I was working on this one. Yeah, so Black Mage Jack. So if we open up this one's probably going to take a little bit to get it pulled up. We'll just no. So yeah, so basically this was going to be a it was, you know, it was a linear path mobile game where, you know, the monsters would pop up right here. You had your draw pile here. It would show, you know, what your current draw power was, and you'd draw your cards up until potentially up until 21. And then when you were done, you would swipe the cards up and it would attack the monster, it would do damage to them, and then the monster would do damage to you, and you'd go back and forth, and when you won, then it ended the battle and you'd move on to the next battle. And that was it. That was the whole idea of Black Mage Jack. And I was like, meh. So then it kind of like, you know, iterated from there. So then this one right here, so this was the next Black Mage Jack that I was kind of thinking about doing. You can kind of see, you know, kind of same general layout, but instead of having singular monsters, you would have rooms that you would be clearing. So the weaker monsters would be up front, the stronger monsters would be in the back. And yes, you'd basically be, the whole idea behind this one was you could choose which lane to attack with. And so these were actually the numbers that you had to get. So this wasn't like their HP or anything like that. You had to draw at least a 7 to kill this slime. You had to draw a 12 to kill this. I think that's a skeleton. You had to draw a 14 to kill this one, a 16 to kill this one. And so what you'd want to do is you would want to save. So it's like as you're drawing, and like if you ever got to a 19, you're going to want to attack on this one because you have a 19. Like, don't worry about the weaker monster. And that's kind of like how I was going with it. And I was like, it kind of works, you know, whatever. And yeah, and so then it kind of iterated from there. I changed the UI a bit more. So this is kind of what we then ended up looking like a little bit later. So kind of, you know, same rough general idea, changed the whole look and aesthetic of it, added a third lane to kind of like add a little bit more variety. And again, I was like, it just doesn't feel quite right. And then I went back to the whole idea of like, well, what if it's like a singular monster? And so we went with a singular no. This one was, it was going to be a 3x3 grid of monsters. And so instead of you having to pick just one, you would draw your cards. When you got to the cards, you would like drag them on top of the monster you wanted to attack, and then you could pick anyone at that point. Oh man, what else? I wasn't a fan of that, so we kind of like I redid the style and then went back to this kind of a thing where, you know, you had your hero that had health. You would kind of, you know, almost kind of like a what was that game called? It's like a spin on solitaire, where you're essentially like adding the cards to the decks, like anyway. So it's kind of like a spin on that, but like, you know, you draw your cards and then you drag them into the lanes and all that fun stuff, whatever. Continuing forward, it eventually kind of started turning into more of an RPG. And so then with this one, you got Black Mage Jack, kind of went back to the linear progression again. You know, this one was, you know, slightly different, but then like, you know, show your progress, you get your monster here, all that fun stuff. And then it kind of turned into, it changed just a little bit more into this guy right here. And again, like you can kind of see like bits of previous iterations as I kept going forward. And then like I would change like little bits here and there because I wasn't quite sure what I didn't like about it. I would, you know, conceptualize this whole thing, get it close, and then I'd be like, no, it's not quite right. And then I'd move on. And then I'd be like, oh, but I did like this and this and this about it. So I'd take that, incorporate it to the next iteration. And then I'd run to the same thing where it's like, I would finish with this and I'd be like, there's something I don't like about it, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And so then I'd scrap it and then move on. So yeah. Anyway. So all that to say, I've had this idea for a while. And then if I then come over here and I pull up Tomb, there we go. So yeah, so then we've got the original, we've got the original Tomb of Vercilias that I had started working on. So this was over a year ago. So this was going to be the original Tomb of Vercilias. So this was the idea that I had. It didn't even have anything to do with blackjack at all at this point in time. This game was going to be strictly related to dice. So your health was dice, your defense was dice, you had a melee attack that was dice, you had spells that were dice, and essentially what it was going to be is as you went through, you would find dice as you went throughout the tomb, kind of picking up similarities here. You would find dice. You could then take those dice and you could merge them into these other dice to upgrade your attack, your health, your things like that. And so then as you were collecting these things, you could then add them in. Now, it's not working like how the dice are working in current Tomb of Vercilias. You would basically be adding that amount to it. So say for example, if my health was at 15, I would take this 2, put it onto the 15, it would then become a 17. So that's kind of like the general idea of kind of how I was like, yeah, this will be great. Again, kind of working on it, and I was like, not a huge fan of it. So then I moved on, and then I made this one. Made it more retro feeling. Actually, this was the original. This was the original. It was going to be just D6s. D6s, you had the map here, you had your quests, you had your monsters, and this was the original Tomb of Vercilias. And I was like, okay, it's not quite right. So then I was like, well, what if we go with like a slightly different feel, kind of reorganize some of the UI, and I was like, maybe. And then that's eventually where we then led into Tomb of Vercilias, the current iteration, which is what we are currently working on, which is what you see as we are going. So you've got your inventory here. The player's stuff has moved down here to the corner. The map is, over here now. You got buttons, you got your point of view, and then you've got the room for the blackjack play area here. Because as I was going through, I was like, the dice just doesn't feel quite right. And then I was laying in bed one night and I was like, oh, what if we then apply the blackjack to this idea that I have for the dungeon crawling idea? So anyway, there's a lot of backstory for you as to why blackjack, and yeah, all that fun stuff. So yeah, I know that nobody really asked for that, but you got it anyway. There's the whole backstory for you. Anyway, let's see here. So why blackjack? Is there a reason you wouldn't want to split? Not really. I don't think there would really be a reason why you wouldn't want to split if you get a split. But that's where it's kind of, I'm trying to figure out. Actually, now I actually do want to figure this out. Give me 2 seconds. We're gonna use Gemini for this. If you're using one deck of playing cards in blackjack, how likely is it that you'll draw 2 matching cards as your first 2 cards? Well, let's see what they say. So if you're using one deck of playing cards in blackjack, how likely is it that you will draw 2 matching cards as your first 2 cards, which basically gives you the opportunity to split? I should have changed it off of pro. I don't need it to think pro. I just needed to go fast. In a single deck game of blackjack, the probability of the first 2 cards being a matching pair, the same rank, e.g. 2 kings or 2 sevens, is 1 in 17, or approximately 5.88%. Okay. Okay, so same scenario. What is the chance of drawing a blackjack with a single deck of cards in blackjack? I'm also going to change it from thinking, because thinking just takes way too long. We're going to change that to fast. Okay. So yeah, so same scenario. What is the chance of drawing a blackjack with a single deck of cards in blackjack? In a single deck game, the probability of being dealt a natural 21, an ace, and a 10 value card is approximately 4.83%, or about 1 in every 20.7 hands. Wow. Huh. I had no idea that it was a higher probability to get a split than it was to get a blackjack. Well, there you go. I thought for sure that a split was going to be less likely than a blackjack. That seems crazy to me, because, like, it seems so rare. Oh well. Oh well. Anyway, cool. Well, there we go. Yeah, so 5.88% chance of getting a split hand, whereas it is a 4.83% chance of getting a natural blackjack. So Good times. Good times. Yeah, so anyway, to answer your question, why wouldn't you split? There's not really a reason to not split. Yeah. Yeah. So I would just say it's just kind of like adding a little bit more to the player's chance of being able to get like a good hand. So I guess we'll see. A lot of it's going to come down to just testing. And hey, if splits just kind of seem like they're overpowered, then we'll do something with it. Better late than never, right? At least it's not Hollow Knight. That game's full of bugs. I'm sure this game's going to be crazy full of bugs too. Black Mage Jack will have premium currency to defeat enemies. It probably would have if I kept going with the whole mobile app design. Is this all art you drew or just placeholder asset pack stuff? So I want to say that basically all of that was placeholder asset pack stuff. I don't think so. All of the Tomb of Vercilias stuff was stuff that I had drawn. But yeah, Black Mage Jack. Let me close this really quick. So yes, I'm pretty sure. So yes, that's all asset pack stuff. Most of this is asset pack stuff. Yeah, I would say, yeah, asset pack. Some of the things I drew, some of them not. Like it's very, very minimal of stuff that I drew. It's like, I drew the boxes. I drew the pause button, these things, but it's like the shield. I didn't draw the shield. All of like the backgrounds, the characters did not draw those. Yeah, so it's like the background UI element stuff I made. But then it's like these cards are actually rugs from the tile sets of RPG Maker 2003. So that's exciting stuff. And I was like, hey, these could make good looking cards. So that's what I did. Yeah. So yeah, basically none of this was actually created by me. It was all asset pack placeholder kind of stuff because I kept going again and again and again where I was like, oh, what if I do it this way? And yeah, what the freak is this one though? That's what I want to know. What is going on here? Oh, hey, that is a very old one. A very old one. So yeah, this was like the original idea of like it would have like this small dungeon that had a couple of monsters in it that were basically the cards, and then you would draw your hands and like it, yeah. Maybe eventually I'll make a game like that. Maybe. But for now, not yet. Not yet. When are we releasing Tomb of Rock? I'm glad that you noticed that. I'm glad that you noticed that. So it's actually wait. Were you here when I showed off the ASCII art dungeon crawler that I was like experimenting with, aka Tomb of Rock? Actually, I think I renamed it now, but Tomb of Rock was the original that I had started creating. I don't think I was. Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah. So Tomb of Rock. So yeah. So we I was working on creating a actual DOS style ASCII art dungeon crawler, and I don't remember. Did I copy it to here? Tomb of. There we go. So I do have it on here, but I did rename it. So it's no longer Tomb of Rock. It is now Tomb of Serial. So it is actually. And I haven't done much in it. It was more of just like I wanted to see if it was like a proof of concept that I could do, which I can apparently. But yeah, so it's basically going to be another game in the Tomb of series. I don't know. I kind of like the idea. This was actually months ago. Someone mentioned this. They were like, if you make another game, is it going to be like Tomb of Vercilias 2, or is it going to be like another game in like this series? Like, could it be like called the Tomb of series? And at the time I was like, sure, whatever. And then I was thinking about it and I was like, actually, you could, like, I could do a whole series where it's like the Tomb of series, and it's like Tomb of Vercilias, Tomb of Serial, Tomb of Rock, and it's basically like this idea of, you know, well, it's like the series is the Tomb of series, and then it's just whatever the either big bad or the hero is or something like that. So anyway, yeah, so this is the game that I kind of was working on to see if I could get working. And yeah, so again, all this is just RPG Maker, and it's a good time. So yeah, I'm just gonna walk through the woods though real quick. And yeah, so I wanted to go for like very old school ASCII arts, like, you know, early 80s kind of stuff going on here, like you're playing this on like a terminal computer. And yeah, it's definitely it started looking much better than I was actually anticipating. So yeah, like Rogue, exactly like Rogue. So yeah, so basically would Yeah, essentially Rogue, which is funny because it's like, you know, Tomb of Vercilias is was originally I wanted to make it something like Rogue, but then I was like, what if I actually tried to make it like Rogue and make it actually ASCII art and very much so grid, and yeah, so it's coming along. It is coming along. Yeah. So anyway, again, like I said, this is definitely not something that I'm going to be focusing on, at least not for a while, because again, this will be like another game in the series. And I have a loose idea of what I want to do for the story, but like there's no combat yet. There's no, I mean, the only interior is this guy right here, you know, the castle where you can, like, you know, you get the main quest and all that fun stuff. But I don't know. I was like kind of thinking about it. I was like, it would be kind of fun to make just like a really simple game that I could maybe turn around in like 6 months after Tomb of Vercilias. I don't know, just for kicks and giggles, something to work on. So if nothing else, if I have nothing else that comes up of like, I want to work on this next after, you know, we finish Tomb of Vercilias, then this might be the game that we work on after that. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. So yeah, so that's what we got. That's what we got. So that is what Tomb of Rock is technically, is this. But I decided to change it to Tomb of Serial is the name of the game. Anyway. Let's see. That backstory is awesome. I love that. Thank you, Fairly. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, like the twists and turns that it took, but you know, we are at where we're at now, and should be a good time. I hope. We'll see. I missed the part where you need duplicate cards to split. If that's the case, seems balanced to me. Yes, yeah. So basically the way that the splits work in Blackjack is you have to have two of the same card. Not necessarily two of the same suit, because, like, you know, it's a single deck of cards we're using. So yeah, so basically the idea is if you draw two of the same value of cards, so if it's two twos, two jacks, two kings, two aces, then you have the opportunity to split. Yeah, because the disadvantage in Blackjack is you have to double your bet basically to be able to make a split work. So if I were playing regular Blackjack and my hand, I was currently, you know, at, I don't know, $20 on this hand. If I wanted to split, I would then have to put another $20 down. So that would be like the disadvantage of it for like regular Blackjack, is because like it would still operate like your own separate hand, and so if you bust on that hand, you lose the money. If the dealer draws above that hand, you lose the money. And you know, obviously we're not using money for this one. It's you're basically gambling your health, right? If you lose, you lose health. If you win, then the monster loses health. And yeah. So anyway, so we'll see. Again, it'll be one of those things that, like, as time goes on, like once we finally get the demo out and people test it, if it kind of, you know, feedback kind of starts coming back and people are like, the splits just kind of seem cheap, then, you know, we'll adjust them in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's fun. I'm having a good time with it anyway. Seems kind of like scoring a crit. Exactly. And that's kind of like the general idea too, is it's like, if you have the opportunity to take a split, I would say do it. But you know, I guess people don't necessarily have to, and I don't know. And we may kind of expand on it later. Like there may be some idea that comes to mind later, and I'll be like, oh, what if we do with this with the splits? You know, so at least it'll be there, and then we can adjust it later if we need. One day, but not today. Exactly. I don't think I was like Rogue or Dwarf Fortress. Exactly. Yeah. Pre-Steam. Fairly says, yo, that's awesome. Thank you, Fairly. I appreciate that. Looks cool. I've always wondered what one of those ASCII games would look like with multiplayer. I wish I could do multiplayer. I wish I knew how. Maybe I'll work with some random dev, and maybe we'll work on the multiplayer for the next Tomb of Vercilias game, the Tomb of Vercilias or whatever I called it. What if you did an ASCII art style game, but with letters, and each language the game is localized to has a completely different layout? That would actually be really cool. That would be really cool, actually. And that would be very easy to do in RPG Maker. That would actually be super simple to do. Because basically with RPG Maker, the way that it's working, because this is not technically like an ASCII art game because it's made in RPG Maker, right? So yeah, so I can build out the maps with the tile set that I create. So it's like, you know, so it's I can add, you know, these guys, and I can add this stuff here. but literally all I have to do is if it were to be, you know, say for example, like if I wanted to change the feel of the tomb, literally all I have to do, there we go. Completely different vibe now because it's in red. Do we want to make it like an ice kind of thing going on here? There we go. Now it kind of feels like it's like an ice tomb thing. Do we want to make it feel like it's grassy? There we go. Now it feels more nature themed. So it would be extremely easy to do localization wise, because I'm pretty sure that RPG Maker MV has a way to like swap tiles where you can say if X, then swap tile to this thing. So I could literally just say swap anything that has this tile to this other tile. So like if you were to be localized, it could be like, hey, if someone is playing in English, swap it to this tile. If someone's playing in Japanese, swap it to this tile. That could be a good time. That could actually be a lot of fun. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Again, this is not necessarily anything I'm going to be focusing on anytime soon, but I don't know. It's definitely one of those things that it is there. It is there just in case. Do you receive double damage on losing a split? So I actually did have it set to where you did take double damage if you lost a split. I took it out, but we could add it back in. It would actually be super simple to put back in because it was literally just over here. So if the player busts, yeah, I'm pretty sure that I just like duplicated, was it this? Cards, monster attack. Yes, so it was basically just this loop right here. Yeah, so I literally had it in here already. Wait. If double down H1 is on, I actually think this is still here. I'm pretty sure that this is... I think I would just have to change this condition, because this is just saying if this switch is on, double down. Oh, no, that's the double down. Yeah. Yeah, so I think I would literally just have to change this condition, and then it would then do double damage. So that is something we could just add right back, is if you do a split, but if you lose that split, you're taking double damage. So yeah, we could 100% just add that back in, and then that could then be the disadvantage to doing the split, is it's like, you have the opportunity to do double damage, but if you fail, then you're taking double damage. Yeah, absolutely. Logan says, Tomb of Vercilias 2, Electric Boogaloo. That's right, that was going to be Tomb of Vercilias 2, the Electric Boogaloo. Tomb of Bird Silliness. Dakota says, all right, man, I'm going to head out and go back to watching playlist tutorials for RPG Maker MV. I already did. For MV, these are two different creators, so I'll see you around. Dakota, I appreciate you being here. I'm sure that you are probably gone by now because I don't see your message up here, which means you probably messaged a while ago. So Dakota, I hope you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening. Hopefully these tutorials go well for you. And yeah, I appreciate you being here. And we'll see you on a future stream. Take care. Anyway, so yeah, the double damage is something we could add back later. So as of right now, though, let's jump in here and let's see if we can get the rest of these 3 more bugs working. So if the player splits, then draws a blackjack qualifying hand on hand 1 or 2, it auto attacks. So we don't want that to happen. So what we're going to do is over here. So when you draw your cards, down, let's see, no longer busting, split possible, double down, draw monster's first 2 cards, player blackjack. Okay, so player blackjack. Cool. So what we're going to do is, before we turn on monster bust, what? Fluffy Panda has reached a 3-stream streak. Oh my goodness, Fluffy Panda, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here, streaking for 3 streams in a row. I do appreciate that. Remember, everybody, if you're gonna streak anywhere, make sure to streak here in the stream. Fluffy Panda says, hi Moon, been lurking. When do you think the demo is coming out? That is a great question. I'm still hopeful for before the end of the first quarter of this year. March, end of March. But we'll see what happens. It'll probably still be very buggy, missing some things, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. That's still like the hope and the goal is end of March. So like in the next 2-ish months. The other thing I was kind of thinking about doing is instead of putting the demo on Steam, because I'm very unfamiliar with how the whole Steam operation works, and I don't know how easy it is to like load things in there and then take them down and update and all that fun stuff. So if I want to do it on a familiar platform, I think what I might do is I might do like a closed off, essentially test, like pre-demo of the game on itch, where basically there would be like a password that you would type in to download it, and then you would then just be able to download the game, run it, and then and you know, people could then start testing it out and kind of seeing what they're feeling like with it. So demo's fourth quarter of 2027. No, it's not gonna be that far off, I promise. It better not be. The full game better have been out for a year by that point. How much content will the demo have? So the demo, I'm planning on basically having, it's going to have, I'm trying to think of like the best way to describe it. So the demo, I want to have the perk card system, obviously not fully fleshed out, but I want to have the perk card system in there and working. And then eventually I will be adding more and more and more cards. I want to have like, I don't know, 15-ish cards, 15 to 20-ish cards in the demo for the perk system. It's going to have, there's not going to be an actual end game in the demo. It is just going to be you trying to get as deep into the tomb as possible. So it'll have the dice, it'll have the items, it will have the skill tree. So that's another thing that I got to do. It'll have the combat, obviously. It better have the combat. It will have the spell book for you to be able to upgrade your spells so you can do more damage. But it's not going to have the town. So basically everything that you have seen in the game so far, it is going to have all of that minus the town here. So the town is going to be in the full game, as this will essentially be like the only thing added to the full game, plus, you know, obviously like fleshing out the perk card system more. I may even only do like half of the skill tree or something like that, because it's going to be a bit to like actually implement every single one of those skills, and then of course like the balancing and everything like that. So yeah, so basically there will be no storyline in the demo. It will literally just be the dungeon crawling aspect of it is going to be what the demo has. Yeah, which once we get the combat system done, which we're very close on, then we should basically be back to the point to be able to be adding monsters, adding perk cards, fleshing out the skill, the skill system, and yeah, just kind of like adding as much content as possible. And then, you know, hopefully also, you know, getting sound effects, music, stuff like that in there. So yeah, this should technically be like the last big system to finish. And then after that, it's going to be, I might also like redo a couple of the puzzles here and there, add another, maybe 1 or 2 puzzles. Yeah. So then, yeah. So it's basically just like fleshing out all the systems at that point. The demo will play nothing like the full game, as he will entirely work at 6 to 7 times before the full release. Probably actually, if we're being completely honest. I do public testing all the time. It's very helpful. Do you do it through Steam though? Because if you do, we may need to chat and I may need to see how to best do that, because I would love to do some kind of like public test, like, you know, either like a public or a private test. I would be totally fine even with a public test. Like I would be totally fine with having like a public demo out there. Like if people just knew that the demo was not finished, you're going to run into bugs. There's going to be unfinished things. Yeah, I do it through Steam as of 2 months ago when I figured it out. Well, there we go. We may need to have a chat and just kind of see how you do it to make sure that I'm not doing it wrong, because it sounds like you have tread the path and I'm going to follow your lead. How do you make a demo even? Do you just copy the project and cut out sections of code? So probably what I'm going to do is, once I have this basically to the point where I feel like it's good, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily have to do this, but probably what I'm going to do is I will just delete the town map as a whole. Any of these maps that you don't actually go to, I will probably just delete them. So there's not even a chance for someone to like accidentally get to it. Like no one should be able to get to it, but like, you know, just to like be extra sure. So, yeah, so then basically I would save that as its own project, and I would just have that completely separate from everything else. And then I would then be working out of the main project, which would have the town and all that stuff. And then if there's ever any bugs in the demo that I find that I need to fix, I would fix them in the main project, and then I could basically just go into the main project, copy what I fixed and then put into the demo, repackage that demo file, and then be able to push it out. That way I'm not having to like, you know, lock anything or change anything again every single time I have to fix a bug. That way it's just its own separate project that has its own separate stuff, and then I just copy the fixes from the main project to the demo project, and then I can push that out. So yeah, that's kind of how I'm anticipating I'll do it. Yeah, I know plenty of games that had stuff data mined out of the demo because stuff was in it just unused. Yeah, and that was the thing, is I was like, I was thinking about it and I was like, you know, I could just leave the town in here. I could just leave all this stuff in here that, like, you know, there's no way in the game to be able to get there. But here's the thing with RPG Maker. RPG Maker is not very secure. You can literally just go online right now and just be like, RPG Maker decompiler. And there are online decompilers. You could load a game file, not necessarily a project file, but a game file. You can just load into these decompilers, and it will then decompile it back into a project file, which you can then open up in RPG Maker. So, like, technically, once this game is out there and I upload it and people can then download it to their computer, they can take that file and they can just upload it to a decompiler, and it will then convert it back into a project. And then you'll be able to just open up RPG Maker, and you could, so honestly, like, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because it will then give the opportunity, if anyone wanted to mod the game, super simple to do that, because you can decompile it, put it, like, open it up in RPG Maker, make whatever changes you want, swap out image files, make it literally any change you want, and then repackage it, and then upload it somewhere. And, you know, obviously I'm going to try and make sure that people don't do that and, like, be malicious about it. But hey, I am 100% on board, and if someone needs to come back here and, you know, feed me my own words in 5 years, say, for example, if someone's modding the game and for some reason I'm upset about that in 5 years, I don't know why I would be, but if someone wants to take this right now and say, like, hey, 5 years ago, you said you were 100% open to people modding your game and changing and doing whatever, yeah, then, show this to me and I'll be like, you know what, I was fine with it. So there we go. Yeah, so I honestly would be kind of honored if someone wanted to go through the process of modding this game, whether it was just replacing files, adding new quests, new monsters, whatever it was. Like, I would be 100% down for that. So yeah, Jellyfields will have stuff, and you can data mine because Unity assets are so easy to rip, so I'm just only including the scenes in demo. That's fair. Open source game. Kind of is. It really kind of is. Yep, just Google it. Someone has an actual website for a decryptor. Yeah. And that's the other thing too, because when you go in to, you know, deploy the game, basically what you can do is, yeah, so basically when you go to decrypt the game, or you can generate whatever you want, and this is, you know, it's a password. So if someone goes to basically decrypt it, it's like, oh, what's the key? I think this is still the case. The key is not stored anywhere securely. It is stored as, I'm pretty sure it just is stored as plain text inside the project file. And so you could just go find the key, put it in, and you would have access to it. And so that's what these decryptors do, is it literally just automatically goes in, grabs the key, puts it in, and you're good to go. So it's like, it is not secure at all. So if you're, that is one thing I will say. If you're using RPG Maker to make a game, don't expect to have it be secure, like, at all. So yeah, pirating this game will be extremely easy. Which, hey, if you want to play the game and you don't want to pay, like, sure, like, go for it. Like, if I would rather have someone play the game and have a good time with it than make the $5 that I would make from them, which would turn into, like, probably $2 after all the fees and everything like that I would have to pay. So yeah, that's another one you can feed to me. Pull this up if you need to in the 5 years, and if I'm freaking out online because people are pirating Tomb of Vercilias, then just be like, well, you said right here, and I'll be like, you know what, I did say that right there. So pirate on, my good sir, pirate on.
Drakog 320 says, what I'm hearing is I can give the monsters boobs very easily.
Exactly. Just fill Tomb of Vercilias with the hottest big boob characters you can find, and there you go. That will be then it would be a true RPG Maker game If Tomb of Vercilias has big boobed monsters, then it will truly be an RPG Maker game, and we can all sleep soundly at night. So there we go. Yeah. I remember playing the Divinity Original Sin Alpha / Beta, and they put up impassable barriers, but one of the skills allowed you to move past the barrier, and there's a whole lot more of the game that could be played. Waifu of Vercilias, there we go. The Waifu of Vercilias. Or the Tomb of Waifu. Tomb of Waifus? Ooh, there we go. Yeah, I remember a visual novel had the whole script left in the demo. Yeah, what I'm hearing, Valentine's Day DLC pack. Create a pirate version that has an unwinnable battle. I thought about maybe doing something like that as well. Yeah, have like the official version. But again, it's like, unless I would then go online and like start distributing it, I don't know how that would get out there, so. Anyway, okay, let's get this figured out. I have been so distracted tonight, and I'm so sorry. I've just missed you all so much. Missing last stream was very difficult, so I'm glad that we can be on here chatting again. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah, so the player splits, then draws a blackjack qualifying hand on hand 1 or 2, it auto attacks. So that is not what we want to do. So we want to come over here and change that. So over here on the blackjacks. So as you can see right here, this is the player blackjack. So this is if oh, wait. So how do I get the second hand blackjack then? We got to do some testing. 1142. So let's go to 1141. I want to do some testing. Because from what I'm seeing in the code, it looks like you can only, oh, hey, look at that. You can only, oh my gosh. You can only get a blackjack on the first hand to actually have it do anything. Is what I'm seeing there. Which we should not have happen. Let's get more life. Going to think Will says, aw, dude, I know. I missed y'all. Look, it says, I did that wrong. I did wrong. I do not want to be getting blackjacks every time. I want to be getting aces every time. 1152. What's 1152? 1152. We want 1154. There we go. That's more of what we want to see. All right, let's do it. I now have 0 health, so I'm going to die on the first time. That's cool. Okay, let's test this out. So, nope, this is going to be a nightmare to test. How are we going to do this? Yeah, how are we going to do this to test? Because every time I split, this one's going to be an ace. There we go, 21. Okay, well that answers the question. If you draw up here, it does auto attack, which again is not what I want to have happen. So what's actually doing that then? The makers of game Dev Tycoon put in their own pirated version that when you get to a certain point in the game, your studio fails because of people pirating your game. Okay, that's really funny. I like that. See, if I knew better how to actually detect for piracy, maybe I would do something like that. Just something funny. But I don't know how I would do that. You can turn the monsters into cats. Oh, that's true. That's true. You could turn the monsters into cats. Monster or player has blackjack. Player has a split stack. So, I mean, this is taking into consideration. So if the player has drawn 2 cards and that value is equal to 21, then it turns on blackjack. But what else? What is actually drawing hand number 2's cards? Oh. Huh. Huh. Okay. Good to know. That makes so much more sense. Okay, well then, let's do, okay, so what we want to do then is down here, so with the blackjack, so instead of just turning on Monster Bus, before you do that, what we're going to do is we're going to say, conditional branch, if split stack is on, which is over here, so if split stack is on, then create an else branch. No. So if it is off, what we want to do is we want to turn on Monster Bus. So this is if you have not split the stack, which means you have a single hand equal to 21, equal to a blackjack. Just turn on Monster Bus. You just automatically win if you get a blackjack, basically. But if it is off, then don't. So we don't need to do anything. So if you're off, turn that on. Yeah. Okay, cool. That should be easy enough. So then down here, player blackjack. Turn on stand. Okay, so then if this switch split stack is off, then turn that switch on. Okay, so then over here, what we want to do is instead of saying draw a random number between that and that, what we want to say is draw card 150. 1150. There we go. Yes. So that should give me a blackjack on the second hand every time. So let's see what happens. So basically what should happen is it shouldn't auto attack. It should just show that we have a blackjack. So this should go from 1x damage to 2x damage. So if we split, draws another card, we now have a blackjack here, which means we have 2x damage. Awesome. And then I think if we try to take a hit, ooh, okay, so we can still take a hit on that. Oh my gosh, that actually is. Technically, you could have an ace and then... Okay, all right. Never mind. We're good. Draco says, easier modding is a double-edged sword as it makes piracy easier, but mods that extended the game life by decades. I like that. New Vegas is still probably pretty high on the Steam charts. New Vegas, I know, is still very popular. Okay, so if you... Ooh, So we want to see first row. If you are less than or equal to 21. So I don't want to allow the player. Yes, we're just going to say if you are less than 21. I don't want to allow the player to draw again if they are already at 21. Yeah. I want to add in that extra guardrail, basically. Not because it's like I like the idea of, like, you know, if someone tries to draw on a 21 and then they end up busting. I like the idea of almost kind of punishing them because of it. But what we're going to do... Because if we don't do that, then essentially if we draw on this card, we would then have to, I mean, it would take 2 seconds, but like, we would then have to subtract this by 1 because it's no longer a blackjack. It's just easier. Okay, cool. Well. Why? So that should automatically... That's why. Because if we come down here, this is then checking to see... somewhere here. So if you've drawn 2 cards and you're equal to 21, then you're a blackjack. Where would be the best place to put this? Because it's basically we're missing this right here.
Drakog320 says, I've probably asked this before, but do you know any other programming languages? If you know C++, how similar is it to C?
That is a great question. I think you have asked before, so I have not touched C++ in probably like 25 years. Yes, I could not tell you. I mean, like, I know, HTML and CSS, but yeah, so it's basically HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I can write some batch files, but like, that's about it. So yeah, I'm not familiar with basically any other programming language. Like JavaScript is basically the only one I know, technically. So yeah, couldn't really tell you how similar or dissimilar they are. I feel like they got to be close though, because it's C and C++, so it's got to be. Don't forget Skyrim. Skyrim is still very popular. Yeah. Lucas says I currently have the random deck generator working for the wrestler. Oh my gosh, the random deck generation for the wrestling deck builder working. I need to get it to pull all 10 to 12 cards from the available deck. Currently working on the available deck. Wait. Currently working on making sure that each deck will have 1 to 2 submission moves, 1 finisher, 1 to 3 signature moves, and the rest are just normal moves. I like that. Yeah, it's random generation. It can be a lot more tricky than it sounds. Like it's something that, like, unless you've actually done random generation, I feel like a lot of people just kind of be like, oh yeah, it's just random. Like it's super simple. You just pick up, and it's just like there's especially when you're trying to have controlled randomness, like, hey, you have to pick at least 1 to 2 of these cards, 1 to 3 of these cards. It does make it a lot more crazy. So yeah, best of luck to you on that one. To like trying to unrandomize some of that randomization can be a bit tricky. Even though it's overrated, if you ask me about Follow 3 for the win. Follow 3 is very good, I will say that. I'm spending all of my channel points to make him create a game in Excel. No, please. Languages RPG Maker use. So RPG Maker MV and MZ, so that's like their 2 newest versions of their RPG Maker, like the main RPG Maker fragile. Okay, this is a really random side tangent. I just had the craziest craving for oh my gosh, what the freak is that thing called? I have to Google it. Green pasta sauce. What the freak is that stuff called? I'm not looking for healthy Google. What is that green pasta sauce that you put on pasta? Pesto. That's the one. Pesto.
320 says pesto.
That's the one. I don't know why. I just had like the craziest craving for pesto. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, yeah. So RPG Maker MV and MZ. So MV came out in 2015. MZ came out in 2021 or 2020. And yes, both of those use JavaScript. And then before that, they were using Ruby, which I tried to learn. So I guess. No, I'm not even going to say that I know Ruby. I tried for years to learn Ruby. I got to the point where I could edit Ruby, but I could never write in Ruby. So Yeah, so I wouldn't say that I know Ruby, but yeah. So, but I can read it, and I can like make changes here and there to like adjust things. But I would not be able to sit down and write anything in it. The good thing is each style has a set move list. It just needs to pull the moves. Oh, well, that's really nice then. I can't personally play the Fallout games. I'm sure they're quite good, but they have things that cause intrusive thoughts in me, and it never ends well. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I think for me, my problem with Fallout is, like, don't get me wrong, I love RPGs, but I love more open world post-apocalyptic games. I like post-apocalyptic games when there's not really like a story that you have to follow along with, and you can just kind of go wherever and do whatever. Whereas like I feel like most games like Fallout, they're still fun. They're still great. Don't get me wrong. They're absolutely fantastic. But I like the more open-ended, post-apocalyptic zombie survival games like 7 Days to Die. Like I know that there's going to be a story coming soon, but like I love the idea of just like being able to just like go out into the world. Project Zomboid, that's another one. DayZ to like a more loose extent. I love the idea, and this is why I love 7 Days to Die so much. I love the idea of just being able to destroy and create anything. Like I love the entire world is destructible. Like that is what I love so much about 7 Days to Die. But like DayZ, because like here's the thing: if you were in a zombie apocalypse, you're probably not going to be running off and like building some elaborate shelter out in the middle of nowhere. You're going to be finding a better place to fortify. And so like in terms of realism, DayZ definitely is better that way. Project Zomboid again is kind of another one of those where it's like, sure, not the entire world is not destructible, but it's like, really? Like, is someone going to be digging, 50 meters down into the ground and building some elaborate bunker with power tools? No, like it's not going to happen. So I do appreciate the realism there. But yeah, for some reason with me, like, yeah, it's like if I'm playing like a post-apocalyptic or zombie survival game, I want it to feel like it is like there's basically no humanity left, and it's me and maybe a couple other people that I happen to run into. And so I think that's probably where my issue with Fallout is that it's like it's society trying to come back, and like I'm like, I don't know, I like it was the same thing with Among Us, The Last of Us. It was kind of the same thing where it's like, love the concept. The world is super cool, and I love that you like leave society for the majority of the game, but it's like the whole idea of it's like society's kind of like trying to rebuild itself. I don't know, for me, I'm like I want to live in that moment of shit just hit the fan not that long ago, and you're just trying to survive. Like that's what kind of like makes me excited about like post-apocalyptic and zombie survival games, is like, you're not trying to rebuild at this point. You are just trying to survive. Do not die. And yeah, but still, Fallout is absolutely fantastic games. Ruby, yeah, I know. It was crazy. I still don't know why they used Ruby. Terrible idea. Pesto, more like pest. No, it's so good. I don't know what it is, but it's so good. I do love Pesto. Fair and valid. Project Zomboid. DayZ is more PvP with zombies. That is true, and that's kind of, I feel like, one of the other things that I don't like as much about it is the PvP, because I'm terrible at PvP. Not good at all. I know that I've told the story before on stream, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, maybe there's like another one or two people out there. I feel like I'm probably one of the only people who has. So Rust, if you know the game Rust, I'm pretty sure I am one of the very few people, like you could probably count the amount of people that have done this on a single hand in the entire world. I feel like I am one of the maybe half a dozen people who have bought Rust, returned Rust, bought Rust again, returned Rust again, and then bought it again. I just couldn't walk away. No, I bought it because it was on sale, and I was like, and I watch a whole bunch of YouTubers play it. I love watching it. Like it's oddly one of like my favorite games to watch people play. And so I was like, this game looks so much fun. So I got it, jumped in, had the worst time of my life, and I was like, this game is horrible. The community is garbage. I'm returning it. I only played it for like an hour and a half, so I'm like, I'm returning it. So I returned it. And then it was like a year later, they came out with like some crazy update, and I was watching some people play it, and I was like, this looks like so much fun. Maybe it wasn't that bad. So I buy it again. And again, within like the first hour, I'm like, these people are so toxic. This game sucks. I hate it. I'm returning it again. So I returned it again. And then like 2 years later, they had another content drop, and I was watching Spoon Kid play something, and I was like, I need to play this game. I need to give it a fair, honest shot. And so then I bought it once again, and I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to attempt to return it this time. And I have not. And I've now played it for several hundred hours, and I'm still absolute garbage at it. So I mostly just play on private PvE servers, which is still fun. Maybe I should make a Rust PvE server and we can all play together. Let's see here. Like I said, I know they're objectively good. They're just not for me. That is fair. No, they would. No, they would do that before the apocalypse. Maybe. Yeah, actually, yeah, accurate. There was a show where they raided survival bunkers. That's true. Yeah, I mean, like the show Preppers. That's a good one. I mean, DayZ was an Arma mod to begin with, if you remember correctly. So it makes sense. True. Yeah. It's kind of crazy that it came from an Arma mod. Rust is one game. You can start the game and wake up on a beach with a swastika. That is accurate. Yeah, with even the small amount of times that I've actually played on like an actual official Rust server, I have one time when I woke up and literally as I'm laying there with water in one eye and sand in the other, like right there in front of me, and I'm like, all right, cool, fun times. Yeah, it is not a joke. It 100% happens. And yeah, it is not like someone built a building to look like that. Like you can paint on signs and people will paint some of the most crazy stuff on these signs. It was like a Reddit come to life with no moderation. Yeah, but the great thing about that though is usually those people get griefed until they leave the server, or usually they're not great people, and so they will usually be hackers, which will then get reported to mods, and then they'll get kicked from the server. So it usually works out in the end. Usually. Let's see, Enverin TV, first time chatter, welcome. Glad you're here. Says, I never played Rust because it sounded like all the worst parts of Arc Official with extra awful injected just for fun. Yeah, it's one of those games that you either have to play with friends so that you actually have like a group of people you can rely on, or the way that I play is, well, now I just run my own server if I'm ever going to play it, but you'll just look for an empty PvE server, so there shouldn't be any PvP going on. Look for an empty PvE server, and then just go in and play that. I've been inverted. But yeah, that's how I would want. Like, if you want to play Rust, that is what I would recommend. Even if it's not like an empty PvE server, there's actually a lot of larger servers out there that have, 50, 100, 150 people playing, and it is PvE servers, and like everyone just like role plays and just has a good time. And I've played on those a little bit, and those ones, like, there will be some toxic people on there, but you are much more likely to just find some fun communities. I actually played on one server for almost an entire wipe, and I created a bar, and people would just come by my bar, and I would make them drinks, because you can like make tea, like you can farm and you can make teas, and yeah, I made like a tea bar where people would come in and they would buy drinks, and I'd custom make the drinks for them, and I'd serve them that, and like people would come in, like they'd give whatever. Like I had people giving me guns and scrap and anything. Like people would be like, oh, here's like 5,000 stone. I'd be like, cool, here's a tea. So it was a lot of fun. So that would be the way I would recommend. If you want to try Rust, if you've ever seen people playing Rust, I would highly recommend playing on a PvE server, at least until you like get a better idea for the game. And then you can try PvP, because people are relentless on Rust servers. It's ridiculous. See, I never even knew the PvE was a possible mode on Rust. I only ever played PvE on Arc. Yeah, it took me a while to realize that. And yeah, the stress levels of going from PvP to PvE, I was like, this game is actually fun. Because like, I realized I'm like, I want to like role play in that game. And I love the look, I love the vibe, I love the feel, I love the electricity in that game. Like, it's just so much fun. until you then go PvP, and it's just not so much fun. So that is what I'd recommend. If you want to play Rust, if it seems like a good time, but you hate the toxicity of the people who play it, or just the fact that there's people who have played it for hundreds, if not thousands of hours, and they're just crazy good at the game, then yeah, play on a PvE server, and it is way better. Now I'd say it's one of the best Fallout games, and it was cool. It has cool bosses and enemy variants. Oh yeah, people are generally nice and chill. It was on release. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you ever want to play a game with a good community, play Fallout 76. I have played Fallout 76 for maybe like a dozen hours or something like that. It was decent, but that's because I played like 3 years after it released. So it was past all the bugs. So that definitely helped. But yeah, Fallout 76 was better once they got through all the bugs and all of like the trolls had kind of moved on to the next game. So that it was decent when I was playing. Now I'd say if one of the best Fallout games. Oh, okay, yeah. I'll take your word for it. And it was a snake, crazy snake. I'd love to be able to join an RPG server for something like that. To be honest, you kind of got me thinking now about maybe trying to do like a PvE server for Rust. I think it'd be kind of fun. Because you can also, if you run your own server, you can also adjust like the wipe times. So I think you can set it to wipe. I mean, like it still has to wipe periodically because like it wipes so that it can get the updates and all that fun stuff. I think you can actually set it to wipe. I think the max is like 2 months. I think it would maybe actually be a lot of fun to do some kind of like custom Moonwood Games Rust server where we could all just kind of go in there. Everyone kind of like pick their roles, because like there's a lot of crazy things you can do, because like you can set up shops, because like you can have vending machines you can set up and like put your stuff in. You can set prices. Like people could like create, you could like be like a shopkeeper, you could be a mechanic, because like there's vehicles, like you can set up like your whole garage and you can repair and build vehicles for people. Like I said, you could set up like a bar and make teas. You could be a farmer. Like there's a lot of really fun things you could do on a PvE server. And there's like, yeah, I'm kind of tempted. And like there's leaderboards you can do. Like there, oh my gosh, I kind of want to do this now. I kind of want to look into this. Does it have crossplay? I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does. I think the only crossplay it doesn't support is mobile. I think if you're playing on mobile, you have to play with other people on mobile. I'm pretty sure that if you're playing on Xbox or PC or anything else like that, I'm pretty sure that it is crossplay compatible. So move to YouTube because of the ad break. That's fair. That's fair. Honestly, the ads on YouTube are way better. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if you're watching on either mobile or PC, like I would almost recommend YouTube, because most, if not all, the ads are 5-second ads that are then skippable after 5 seconds. So yeah, anyway, banished to the Shadowlands. I'm so sorry, those blasted ads. Why would you play Rust on mobile to begin with? I don't understand. I don't know why anybody would play Rust on mobile. They shouldn't. If you're playing Rust on mobile, stop. Get some help. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm actually kind of debating actually doing a Moonwood Games PvE Rust server. I think that could actually be a lot of fun, where just like everyone gets to just like pick their roles. You know, are you going to be a shopkeeper? Are you going to be a mechanic, a farmer, just open up a bar? There's one guy actually on the server that I played. He started a religion, and so every time that the server would wipe, he would build a church, and yeah, he would hold services every morning. And so if you wanted to go, you could like join the service. And it's like it was just like one of those things you're just like, of all the things to find on Rust, this would not be one of the things that I would expect to find on Rust. But he was there every single time, building his church, holding mass, and people would go in. Yeah, good times. Anyway, okay, let's get back to this, and let's see if we can figure out what's going on. Oh my goodness.
For the follow, Enverint
TV, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I think it would be too, even though I have never played it, but knowing I don't have to worry about griefing and pseudo-griefing sounds tempting. Yeah, and honestly, like, I'm going to say that's probably the best way, the most fun way to play Rust, especially if you're new. Like, I would say PvE, best way to go. Sounds like a dedicated guy. He was very dedicated, because I don't think there was ever a time that I got on when he was not on. It was kind of crazy. Good for him. Yeah, I know, yeah. I mean, he knew how to have his fun. Like that was how he had fun. And I was like, hey, I'm here for it. If that's what you want to do and it's fun, go for it. Warframe is also a good game. Warframe is a very good game. I have not played it in a very long time. I played Warframe back in like 2013 or something like that. 2013, 2014 is kind of back when I was playing Warframe, and I have not really played it since. The last time that I played it is it was when they had recently released the like the dojos that you could build. Because my friend had spent like dozens of hours building his dojo, and I went and visited once, and I was like, oh my gosh, this thing is freaking crazy. And yeah, that was basically the last time that I played, was the big dojo update, which again was probably 10 years ago. As long as he wasn't being toxic, then yeah, more power to him. Yeah, and honestly, and that's the great thing about the PvE, is like literally no one was being toxic. In fact, I didn't. So in Rust, there's like a handful of like events that happen around the map. One of them is there is an attack helicopter that every now and then will circle the map. That like if you shoot it down, it like drops a whole bunch of really good stuff. But basically, what it does is if it flies by you, and if you have like advanced gear outs, like if you have like an AK or like some kind of like more advanced, like if you have a gun, if you have like a full armor set on, it will then target you, or anyone like around you who is also heavily weaponed, heavily armed. I didn't know this, and so there was one time I was building my bar, and I had a gun on me, and I had a couple like pieces of armor. And I had no idea that it would start targeting me. So like it flew by and it started shooting me with bullets. And I'm like, oh crap, like this isn't good. And so I figured, okay, I'm just going to go inside and I'll hide from it, and then it'll fly by and everything will be fine. No. If you go inside, it shoots rockets. And I had no idea. And my bar was literally like 20 minutes from being finally finished. I had electrical, I had all the seating, all the lighting, like everything was done and good to go. And then I had no idea that if you went inside, it would then start shooting rockets at you to try and get to you. So it shot rockets at my bar and blew the entire thing up. And so people had come by, seen the bar, and they're like, oh cool, I'm excited to see it. And yeah, so then I ran into my bar and it blew it up. And then I was like, well, crap. And people came by because they were coming by to like, because I was telling them, I was like, the bar's gonna be ready, like, you know, by sunset tonight, like come by. And yes, people started coming by and they're like, where's the bar? And I'm like, it got blown up by the helicopter. And I had tens of thousands of like stone and wood and stuff like that people just donated, because they're like, that sucks, man, like, yep, that happens, so here you go, like rebuild. And I was like, oh my gosh, like you guys are awesome. So yeah, PvE servers, best way to go if you want to avoid toxicity in Rust. Anyway, I feel like I've talked about Rust just a little bit too long, so we're gonna jump back into the game dev stuff. I need to play it again. I feel bad for laughing. It was tragic. Sounds like the classic beach Shidinosaur deciding to walk through the base. Oh, you're talking about... I was like, I've not heard about this thing in Rust. You are talking about freaking the dinosaur game. I was so confused. Or just an alpha raptor deciding that your base is now all they want and it's all they can eat buffet. Yeah, basically. Titanosaur. I like your dedication to getting past the spell check, the autocorrect. Okay, we're gonna do some game dev stuff. It's gonna happen. All right, here we go. So yes, so here's what we want to do. So what was the bug? What was the bug here? It was, if you are getting a blackjack now, it doesn't do anything and you have to stand. Correct. So how do we want to have this actually work? Because as of right now, I just want to make sure. So if I split and then I get a 21 here, I don't want it to auto do anything, obviously. So let's take a hit. Let's take another hit. So we have busted now. So we need to have a check. So where's the player bust? We got monster bust, monster blackjack, stand. Okay, so now we need to have one more check down here. So let's do. So we got player blackjack, monster blackjack. Monster or player has blackjack. Okay. So let's do this. Let's change this a little bit. Just wait until you try spelling Giganotosaurus. I don't even know how to say it, let alone spell it. Sar, like in dinosaur. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Trust me, I know. Some Randev says, I awaken temporarily for streak. Welcome, some Randev. I'm glad that you woke up for the streak. I appreciate that. Hopefully, you'll be able to get back to sleep quickly and be able to get some good night's rest. But I do appreciate you jumping in, so thank you, thank you. Also, early in the stream, we were talking about this, and we've decided that for that ASCII art game that I'm kind of thinking about making, we need to work together so we can make a multiplayer. So, yeah, that's what we need to do. When playing Ark, you must always be prepared for the Pocket Giga, since they added cryopods and similar mods. It has been a very long time since I played Ark. Like, how long has it been? I actually want to see this. Pull up Steam. Here we go. Ark. When was the last time? Wait. I swear I have Ark. Wait, did I return it? No, I've played it. Ark Survival Evolved. I swear that I own this game. Maybe it's in the Epic Store that I own it? I don't know. Now I'm very confused. Huh. Library. Ark. Well, I know that there we go. Survival Evolved. Okay. I was like, I know that I have played this game. Ark Survival Evolved. Let's see. Does it say my playtime on Epic? Go to store page, explore add-ons, add to collection, add to favorites. I can't see my playtime? Really? Is it because I don't have it installed? That's kind of crazy. Although, do you know what's even crazier? I know this is not technically anything that crazy compared to some people. Apparently with Fortnite, I have played 500 and almost 81 hours of Fortnite. That is more Fortnite than I realized I had played. I don't like that. I don't like that fact. Anyway, yeah, I have not played Ark a whole lot, and even when I did play it, I did not play it for very long, so... And it was a very long time ago. Giganotosaurus. Okay, we'll have multiplayer. Okay, there we go. Yeah, perfect. Well, it sounds like some Randev is on board. So yes, we're gonna make a ASCII art dungeon crawling game with multiplayer. So there we go. I returned Ark once. Very mid. There, I said it. Well, what's funny is, like, you missed the other conversation we had not that long ago where we were talking about Rust. We actually went on for quite a while. Yeah, basically, so I feel like I'm probably one of the few people on the planet that has bought Rust, returned Rust, bought Rust again, returned Rust again, and then bought it again. So, yeah. Ark, more like Shark. I see what you did there. I am just shy of 2K hours on Ark. Oh my gosh. That is a lot of hours. That is a lot. I love Rust. Oh, you mean game. Yeah, the game. But the other thing we were talking about is I absolutely hate playing official Rust servers, but we were actually talking about maybe doing a Moonwood Games Rust PvE server where we all just kind of like role play different characters and we just have a fun doing some PvE stuff. So I think that would be maybe a lot of fun. Maybe we'll look into it. I know the servers are not exactly cheap to rent, and I don't really have a computer that I could dedicate to just being a dedicated server. So, yeah. To clarify my statement, I love eating little rust particles off metal IRL. Like crack off little metal chips to snack on. Where's the ban button? How do I ban some rand dev from the chat? Timeout. We'll just do timeout. Oh my gosh. Well, if you're very tired, you should go get a snack of rust and then get some sleep. I don't know with you, some rand dev. I don't know with you. You're crazy, but I love it. Plus, there are security concerns with running a dedicated server in home and giving out your IP for connection. That is a really good point as well. Yeah, I would probably actually want to run it off of something else just because of that. The delay is non-existent on mobile for some reason. So you just see it live as it's happening. It's like I'm really talking to you. Well, see, there you go. Everyone needs to be on mobile right now for some reason. That is crazy. There's like no delay though. I like that. I like it. Okay, what were we doing? What were we doing? Oh my gosh, this has been the most difficult stream to like focus on anything. Oh my gosh. I like how it was literally within the first like 20 minutes, we were actually going to get started on stuff. I was like, all right, let's get going. Let's get going. I'm trying to think of anything we've actually accomplished tonight other than chatting and me saying, all right, let's do this thing. I don't know, usually PC is like 10 seconds, even though they're both using the same internet connection. I don't know. I that is kind of bizarre. So is it like you basically send the chat and then you see it show up here? That's kind of wild. So I went and bought Rust since I now know I can play PvE and it was 50% off. So it just seemed faded. Hey, there you go. Hey, if it's on sale right now, if there's going to be a chance of us doing a server, not a bad idea. But yeah, PvE, best way to go. Just go into the server listings, just search PvE. And then what I would recommend personally is, especially if you just want a very chill experience, find the server. You do have to tick a box that says show empty servers, but tick the box that says show empty servers and then just sort by emptiest to fullest and then just go with whatever says 0. Whatever has 0 on there. And then, of course, you know, you check for if there's mods and stuff like that installed, but... I just got here. I am obligated to 1 hour of non-game dev time. No! You missed the past 2.5 hours of non-game dev time. Although, who knows? Are we actually going to get stuff done in the next hour and a half? Who knows? Who knows? Draco says, immediately, if you didn't stream for 3 days, you would probably quintuple in progress for those 3 days. I mean, you're not wrong. You are very correct in that. The amount of stuff that I got done on the splits on Tuesday when I didn't stream it, it was actually wild how much. And I worked on the splits for half the amount of time. Yeah, so I worked on the splits for half the amount of time that I normally would have on the well, okay. I worked on it for 2 hours versus the 4 hours that I usually stream, and I got so much more done. Like, let me yeah, I basically got the splits working in that time, which probably would have been about 2 streams worth of work, if I'm being completely honest. What are you working on at some rand dev? Oh, that's a good point. What are you working on, some rand dev? What engine are you using for this, by the way? I don't recognize it. Yeah, well, what Inkwell, going into the Inkwell said, yes, so we are using RPG Maker MV, so it is a kind of an unconventional engine to use for a game like this, but it works. It technically works, and that is half the battle. So long as you can do what you want to with the engine you're using, that's all that matters, honestly. Like, there's no right or wrong engine. As long as you can make the game you want to make, then that's the right way to go. So I'm more productive when not constantly distracted by the 20 people chatting with me on Twitch. Wild. I know, it's a crazy concept that if people aren't distracting me, I usually can do more work. So fixing my sleep schedule, good luck. Good luck with that. But when I'm not doing that, developing my Twitch interface 2.0. You're redoing your Twitch interface? Oh my gosh. I'm very excited to see 2.0. It's going to be awesome. I can feel it. 1.0 was awesome. So I'm excited for 2.0 to see what happens there. Okay. let's focus on this. Okay, so basically we need to have another condition here. So we need to say conditional branch. We're going to do a script call here because there's going to be a few things that we're going to be looking at. So first and foremost, we want to say if the game variables.value. There we go. So if variable 35, so 35 is the player's draw hand one amount. So if 35 is I think we can just say if you are greater than or equal to 21. No. So here's what we need to do. If you are equal to 21 and if game variable, oh my gosh, I'm fat fingering so much tonight. Variables, if I can spell variables, variables.value, oh my gosh. And if game variables.value, this is going to be variable 1227, I believe is the correct variable. 1227 is the card total value hand 2. Yes, 1227. So if the first hand is equal to 21 and 1227 is greater than or equal to 21. So if you have either, if both hands are equal to 21 or you have busted, then attack. So what we want to do actually is put these in parentheses and then or then we want to do vice versa on this. So then we just want to say if you are no, because we want this to be specifically if the player has drawn 21 on one hand but not even necessarily 21. We just want it to be if the player has a blackjack. Do we need to worry about that? I feel like the player can just hit the stand button, right? Because if you get a blackjack, okay, let's think this through. So if the player gets a blackjack after they split their hand, so right here, we've got a blackjack here. We don't want it to automatically do anything because I want you to be able to go the rest of the way here. So if we then take a hit on this hand, so we're at 16, and then we take a hit again, we're at 22, we technically cannot hit anymore. So you can't, the player can just click stand, which will then finish it up. So there we go. Or this is just making it so it's automatically going. Yeah, I'm trying to decide if it's worth it. Is it worth adding that extra condition? Okay, he got a blackjack. That's awesome. Thank you, monster. So if we split, I've got a blackjack. Hit on here again. 22. So what we're trying to decide is, do we have it automatically end the player's turn right here? Do we just say, hey, you've got a blackjack here and you've busted on this hand? Because I cannot hit on either of these hands now. Like I'm clicking, nothing can happen. So I have to click stand. So do we want to make it so it just automatically stands if this is the case? I tried making a Twitch chat client/bot a while back in Python. Got most of the backbone built, but gave up when it came to any sort of GUI. Yeah, I would say GUI can be a very exciting time, but can also be something that just like kills a project, if I'm being completely honest. Advice wanted. Should I get Steam avatars for my stream? Stream avatars for my stream. Yes, absolutely. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I don't know. Oh god, this is painful. Is that how all RPG Maker is? Just magic numbers all the way down? Yes, it is. So basically, the way that they work is you have your variables and you can give them names, right? You can, this variable is called card total value dash H2 for hand 2. And you can give them names, but you cannot by default just reference them by their name. You have to reference them by their ID, which if you're using RPG Maker's built-in variable stuff, it works just fine, because you'll be like, oh, control variable. We're going to control variable this one, variable 1226, cards drawn H2, and we're going to add 5 to the variable. There we go. You're good to go. But I cannot then come in here with the script editor and say, hey, game variables dot set value. Oh my gosh. Why am I having such a hard time typing tonight? Set value. I cannot then say, cards. I can't even do just like cards drawn dash H2. How am I fat fingering so much tonight? Yeah, so I can't say then, set that to equal, whatever. I have to be specific to the ID. So I would have to say variable 1226. And then I want to set it to 10. So, so that's basically how that works. There are technically, I'm pretty sure, ways to have it reference. Pretty sure. Anyway, but yeah, so that's the way that RPG Maker uses it is you can give the variables identifying names, but if you're going to use JavaScript, you cannot use those identifying names. Yeah, so good times. Good times. This must be the work of the enemy stand. It's gotta be. Personally, I think it should automatically do it. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I was thinking too, is, just have it automatically go whichever way you do it. Whichever way the hand pans out. So, so I think what we're going to do down here is we're going to say, so it first checks the player blackjack. And then right here is when we're then going to say, so if game variables 35 is equal to 21, so now we've got to take into consideration a few things. Huh. Someone says, oh, I forgot to tell you, Moon, but I made a plugin to fix magic numbers. Wait, what? Wait, what is it? What does this plugin do? How do... And can I test it? I'm crying inside. That is worse than counting in Lua. It can be a little frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. But it definitely stretches your brain and makes you think about the IDs a lot more. So I guess that's maybe a good brain exercise. I don't know. Dazu, welcome. Glad you're here. Hopefully you're having an absolutely fantastic week so far. The blackjack can be on potentially an arbitrary number of hands. If you keep drawing hands, that can split. True. Well, and so that's the thing. So I'm going to limit. So technically in blackjack, you can split technically as many times as you want. So like, let's say, for example, if you draw 2 6s and then you split and then you draw another 6, you could technically split that hand again. We are limiting it so you can only split once though. So if you draw a 6 and a 6 and then you split and you draw another 6, I'm not going to make it so you can split again because we just don't have the UI for it. I don't know how to make it all work out. So we are going to leave it as that. So technically you could technically get 2 blackjacks, which is actually going to be a achievement if I can ever get Steam achievements working, where it's just going to be absolute madness of drawing 2 blackjacks on a single hand, which is basically you have to draw a blackjack. You have to draw a hand that you can split and then get 2 blackjacks. Absolutely wild stuff. Very, very rare. But I do want to put that as an achievement. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I can't elaborate. I'm sleepy. Next time. That's fair. That's fair. Go get some sleep. And yeah, would absolutely love to hear about the plugin you've got going on. OMG, where is it? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I want to know. I want to know where this magical plugin is. Okay, so basically what we want to do, because we need to take into consideration if the player... Let's not do this based off of variables. Let's do this based off of switches, because switch number 156 is player blackjack H1, and then switch 162 is player blackjack hand 2. So let's do this. We're just gonna say if game switches dot value, what was it, 156, so if 156 is true, so if this switches on, so if the player has drawn a blackjack on their first hand, and if 1227, so that is the second hand's draw value, if it is greater than or equal to 21. No, we just want you to be if you are greater than 21. So if you have a blackjack on one hand, but then the other hand has busted, that is technically a winning state. And let's grab this, and then we'll replace this stuff here. So then we're just gonna say, if, and then this one was 162. Nope, that's variable. Switches. 162. Yeah, 162 is the player blackjack hand 2. So you, if 162 is true, so if the second hand is a blackjack, and then your first hand, which is variable 35, is greater than 21. So if your first hand has busted, but the second hand has a blackjack, then we want to turn on Monster Bust. Yeah. Player split with blackjack and bust. Right? Because then we need another one that then says no, we don't need another one. Because if you have a blackjack and you cannot draw any more on that hand, even if you split, then if you... Okay, yeah. No, never mind. So then just turn on Monster Bust. Cool. So that should then automate if you have a blackjack and then you bust on the other hand, then it should auto complete the hand and the monster will do their thing and probably lose. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Ads, be right back. Oh, those freaking ads. But would it be better to have a bust boolean like you seem to have a blackjack boolean, or am I not understanding? Maybe. So here's the problem is a lot of the times the reason why I have things set up one way is because it has like maybe somewhere else for something else has to have it that specific way to actually function correctly. And it's probably just because I am not going to even claim for 2 seconds that I'm any kind of professional. I am not a professional. I am literally throwing stuff at a wall and hoping it works and sticks. Yeah, by far a professional. And yeah, so I'm sure there's way more efficient ways that I could be doing this kind of stuff, but yeah. So anyway, the answer is probably yes, but I'm not smart, so I do it this weird way. Anyway, yeah, so if we take a hit there, he's an 18, so once I bust, it should automatically have me... Wait... We don't... No, we don't want to have the monster bust. We want to turn on stand. We want to do this. That is what we want. But it didn't seem to actually do anything either. So I just want to make sure. We're just going to throw in a quick flash screen here. 30 frames. I just want to make sure that if this works correctly, that we're actually getting in there. Yeah. Okay. I was like, so help me if he gets a blackjack. So let's split. I've got my blackjack. Let's take a hit here. Let's take another hit. Why? Why? So we should be here. And we should be saying, if switch 156 is equal to true. Okay. So for you, so 156 is equal. Okay, so yeah, so you're off. But then 162 is on. Okay. So then we should be saying, or if game switches.value 162 is true and 35 is greater than 21. What is variable 35? 35 is currently greater than 21. Interesting. Interesting. So why is that not actually doing anything here? Maybe. Do I need you to be over here? Player blackjack. Let's just throw that in there for kicks and giggles and we'll see what happens. Excuse me, had to sneeze. Excuse me. Had to yawn. I'm not a professional, just throwing stuff at the wall and see what sticks. That's basically what the professionals do, but they have an educated guess about what will stick is all. That is true. And then slowly but surely I am getting a bit more educated guesses on what will actually stick. It's just, you know, it's a process. It is definitely a process. Let's see here. Hamster Hammer says, hey, how you doing, man? I'm doing absolutely fantastic, Hamster. How you doing? How's life? How's your week going so far? Over on YouTube, Treme, oh my gosh. Treme Lateral says, 14 watching, drop some likes. Oh, I am down for that. Yeah. If you are watching over on YouTube right now, would absolutely appreciate a like if you're watching. Don't feel like you have to, but I would appreciate it though. So thank you. How's your week going though? Hopefully things are going well for you. Okay, let's split this. We got 21 and 12, and then we hit 21. I'm not able to draw anymore. So So why are you actually not getting... Because these conditions should be being met. There's got to be something else in here, though, that's like basically canceling out. There's a lot of exit event processes in here. Soft hand, busting, end of the hand. Still busting. So double down. So if double down, H2 is on. It's not. Player Blackjack. So 1226. So if split stack is off, turn on stand. Okay. Turn off C, exit event processing. So I think what I need to do is have this be before that. And then we should be good. I hope. Split. Got a 21. Let's take a hit. Take a hit. Why? Like, it's not even getting in there to, like, what? I'm so confused.
Midian TV.
Midian TV, thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're having to oh my gosh. I'm gonna stop trying to talk now, because obviously that's not something I can do. I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week so far. Dazu says, real question is, how often do professionals paint their walls? I think probably at least twice a week. That's my assumption anyway. I don't know. I'm not a professional, so I wouldn't know. David Van Housen says, hello. Welcome, David. How you doing? How's life? I was just thinking, and actually the max split would be 4, right? Draw double 6, split, draw double 6 again. 1 6 per hand to split both of those. Can't split again as there aren't 4 6s in the deck. That is a good point. That is a good point. I guess technically that is true. You could, if you're playing with a single deck of cards, you could only split into 4 hands. True. I did not think about that though, and I still don't think the UI would allow for something like that. So I mean, I could redo the UI. I could. But we're just gonna cap it at 2. That's like, well, technically 1 split, but 2 hands, because I'm lazy. Mostly because I'm lazy. That's fair. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be lazy with it. But oh well. But I also think in general, and this is kind of like, you know, I've had to look this up. I believe in general with Blackjack, most most rules of Blackjack are you can split once. Now I can't remember. I know that I had to look it up at one point. And I thought like general idea was like you could split once, but then like there are some tables that allow you to split as many times as you would want. But also at the same time, Blackjack tables will usually be using like 5 to 6 decks of cards. And on those ones, you could technically split way more times. Can you split? Oh my gosh. Can you? What is with this keyboard tonight? Can you split more than once in Blackjack? Yes, in Blackjack games, you can split more than once. Resplit if you get another pair on a split hand, usually up to 3 times or for 4 hands total. Okay, yeah. But rules vary by casino, some limiting it to 1 split or allowing more, though aces are almost always limited to a single split. Okay, yeah. So it does sound like, in general, most will allow you to split more than once, but there are some rules at some casinos that will only allow you to split once, or if it's an ace, then you can only split once. So I think for simplicity's sake, we'll probably just allow just the 1 split. Kind of what I'm thinking. So lazy, but also for simplicity. We'll just go with, we'll just say it's for simplicity, so I don't have to admit that I'm lazy. Doing well? That is good to hear. I'm glad you're doing well, David. I'm glad. hopefully everyone has an absolutely fantastic Friday as well. I am very excited for Friday tomorrow. I'm just so confused as to why. Because that's just double down. Yeah, like I just don't get this at all. Because if I move this down to here, we should see a flash every time, which means we're technically getting to the end of the event, right? If we split, interesting. Okay, maybe not. Why don't we put that above the blackjack though? Because I know the blackjack is exiting event processing. So if we put it above the blackjack, are we getting to that point at least? Or is it something that's canceling out the event early, like prematurely? Okay, there's the flash. So we know that we're getting to here in the code, which means we should be getting to here as well. It should be turning on stand, which it turns on. Turn off A, turn off B, or turn off B, turn off C. 154. Why is it not? Because no, it's not just, yeah. I was like, well, what if it's just turning on the switch? No, because it's not even flashing the screen here. So split. Nothing. I'm just gonna double check. So if you come over here. Nope. If you come over here. Let's just check what's happening here. Okay. So the first thing is, if game switches dot value 156 is equal to true. Okay, it's coming here. 156 is currently equal to off, so it's false. Okay. So that means that it doesn't even matter what then that, none of that matters. So then we come over here to the or if 162, which we've come over here, switch 162, the player blackjack hand 2 is on, and if game variables dot value 35 is greater than 21, come over to here, variable 35 is currently equal to 12. Okay, well that would do it. But even if you come in here and we stand, and then we stand again, and then we stand again. Oh my gosh. And then we stand again. 22. Okay. Because now 35, card total is equal to 22. So 35 is greater than 21. I don't know. Not a clue. Let's split. Let's hit. Of course, I just had to draw a 21. It says specifically if you are greater than 21. So that's exciting stuff. All right, let's split. 12, 17, 26. Why? Like, I feel like there's got to be something wrong with this if statement. It's like there's not misspellings. Game switches dot value. Plus, if there were misspellings, it would throw an error. If you're equal to true. Yeah, what if we just get rid of the or here? So what if we just say if 156 is equal to true? But even that. Well, because we're not gonna. Wait. Let's see here. It's not a bad thing to only allow the one split, especially if you lampshade it somewhere for the sake of simplicity. That's kind of what I'm figuring. What's tomorrow? It's Friday. You know, Friday's an exciting day, right? I like Friday. Yeah, there's nothing particular about tomorrow. Just the fact that it's Friday. In another engine, it wouldn't be that hard, but by the looks of it, RPG Maker would make refactoring a little bit of a hassle. Oh yeah. Yeah, refactoring in RPG Maker with the game that I'm trying to make in RPG Maker, refactoring is an absolute nightmare. Like, it is not easy to refactor at all. Like, there are some things you can do to make it easier to do, and I have not done those things. So yeah, it's an like, I basically have to rebuild the entire thing if I make any changes at all. So that's not fun. To be fair, if you're using only one deck of cards, it's 1 in 52 times 51 times 50 times 49, 12. I like those odds. Those are good odds. I like them. Okay. So if you have, we have to do it after the blackjack. Technically, we have to do it after the blackjack, which should be fine. Because we have that flash happening after the blackjack. So it should flash twice. Okay. Should flash twice. And then if we split, it should flash again. And then if we hit, it should flash again. Okay. All right. All that's working. So if we just come in here and we move you into this condition, which the condition is if switch 156 is true and 1227 is greater than 21. But this is taking into consideration if the player's hand is blackjack, which it's not. Okay, so technically, this is where I have to do this. Let's see. I finally got my spawning system sort of kind of working. Hey, that's not bad. Not bad. Now I just need to see if they are actually unique instances or not. I mean, kind of important. My 7 a.m. math is debatable, but it's okay. My anytime math is not even debatable. It's just downright horrible. So you're better than me. Yeah, I was thinking it would be a little different for that. It would be 12 and 52, then we'd go to 1 and 51 after that, right? Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. Again, horrible at math right here.
Axel underscore
Oh
Benedict
my goodness.
wants Moonman to do 10 chest benders.
What? You want me to get off my butt?
Axel underscore Benedict
What?
wants Moonman to do 10 bicep curls.
I woke up, apparently.
Axel underscore Benedict just redeemed stream.
Oh, well, I guess we gotta do it. Then. All right, everybody, let's create the jams. Let's get the blood pumping. Maybe if I get off my butt for a quick second, maybe the solution will finally hit me. So let's do that. Here we go. Let's do it. Oh boy. Oh, that actually hurt. Oh. All right. Oh, 10 on the clock. Count them with me, everybody. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, time for 10 chest benders. Here we go, everybody. Count them with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo. Oh. And now for a good stretch, everybody. Here we go. Oh, let's go to the left. Oh. And then this way. Oh, and backwards. Oh, that felt good. Thank you, Axel. I appreciate that. Well, good morning. Welcome. How did you sleep? Hopefully you slept all right. Hopefully you got a little bit of a nap. And hopefully you can get back to sleep quickly. Because sleep is very important, especially if you've been awake as long as you had been. All right. Why, oh why, is this not working? So yes, I have proper new instances being made, which is good. I now just need to make the spawner invisible and add in some logic for only spawn when near and only into valid spaces and only up to a certain number, etc. You know, all the fun checks and balances. Let's see, as it is, they just spawn at 0, 0, 0 and infinitely and on top of each other. Yeah, that's not ideal. Not ideal to have something like that happen, but checks and balances, it'll be a little bit better, I hope. That is super awesome. I do like that you've got the spawner working. Okay, so why is what I want to know. So let's test this. When it flashes, so if we, okay, of course you got a blackjack, and of course I died because you got a friggin' blackjack. All right, that's even worse, but okay, that's fine. All right, so let's split. There's a flash. Okay. Now if we take a hit on you, I guess that would make sense. Because if we're taking a hit on the bottom hand, it shouldn't be turning on C. So it's technically all happening in here. Split possible. Double down. Player blackjack, monster blackjack. Monster or player has blackjack. Player has split the stack. Turn on C, turn off B. Okay. So let's just go. If we go all the way down here, will you still work? You should. Here we get a flash. Another flash. And then no flash. I'm just trying to remember the actual process that's going on here, you know? So what if we come up to here? Do we get any flash at all? Okay, then we split. Should get a flash. We take a hit. We should get a flash. Take another hit. So get another flash. And then no flash. So is there something? Are you an ace? Remove from cards. Busting. Hold up. If the card total value is greater than 21, busting, cards to move. So we jump into a loop for the soft hands, check the cards, end of hand, and then actually busting. If split stack is on, ooh, wait a minute. Is it right here? So if both hands are a bust, all of these go to player bust. Technically they spawn below each other, but they push up the one that was there before, which is kind of funny to watch. I believe it. I believe it. I'm going to play some pirate treasures. Oh. I don't think I've ever heard of pirate treasures. Now I see. Pirate treasures. Oh. Jewel and gems. I like it. I like it. So I think in here is where it's actually causing the issues. The issues. Oh, that's right. I did make it so you can double down on the hands. Okay. All right. All right. So I think what that means is we should be able to take you, cut it, and then up here, before it does any of these things, if split stack is on, do this first. Players split with blackjack and bust. And then we want to exit event processing here. So I just needed to look even higher up then, potentially. We may still have issues, so I don't want to, you know, count our chickens before they hatch. But I think if we split and then we hit There we go. There we go. There we go. So now it's, we can split. And then if we have a blackjack on one hand, and then if we take a hit, and then we take a hit again, we got a 20. And if I take one more hit, now we're at 30. We busted. Okay. Oh my gosh. That should not have been that difficult. Whew. Whew, is what I have to say. Whew. So then, what we can say is over here, remove card. So if card total value, hold up now. Holy crap, Axel reached a 40 stream streak. Axel, that is absolutely freaking crazy wild. Holy smokes. Axel, thank you so much for a 40 stream streak. That is absolutely nuts. I appreciate that. Remember, everybody, if you can streak anywhere, streak here in the stream. And Axel, I appreciate you streaking here in this stream very much so. Thank you. Thank you. 40 is wild, though. That is absolutely wild. I'm like, what is that? What that's whoops. That is 13 weeks of not missing a stream. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. Jeez. That's wild. I like it. Okay, so then with this here, so we have the double downs. So I think essentially we can go here. So this is if 156, which is the player's. So we don't want 156 though. We want to say if 162 is equal to true and 35 is greater than 21. Or wait. That's literally the exact same thing. Never mind, we're good. We're good. All right, so then turn on stand. Turn off, turn off. Cool. Okay, so now we need to make one adjustment though. And that is, we need so 1141 and 1154. 1141 and 1154. So 11 and 21. Okay. So I believe it's over here. Yes. Okay, so we basically just need to randomize this, and I need to get it to the point where hand 1 is the blackjack, just for testing purposes. So if we split, crap. How am I gonna factor this? I think what we can do is here. So 30. So 1140. Yes, then right here we're just going to flash the screen. I know this is going to seem a little bit weird, but so flash the screen, draws a card, flashes the screen, there we go. So then if we split, flashes the screen, and then what we need to do is we need to set this variable. So 1140 needs to be equal to a 10 value card. So let's say 1140 is going to be equal to 1150. So 1140 going to be equal to 1150. There we go. Now, hand number 1 should be a blackjack, which it is. Of all the time, during testing, the freaking Mathra's fists decide to come in here with that 2% chance to double draw and ruins my test blackjack hand. Oh my gosh. All right. We're not getting that again. All right, so let's split the hand. It flashes, and then we should set 1140 to be equal to 1150, which should then make hand number 1 a blackjack. There we go. Why? Okay, so it wasn't that. Why are you double drawing? Is there something weird going on in here now? Then we split. So why when I go in there to adjust it, it freaks out? That makes no sense. No sense at all. So here's what we're gonna do. Just gonna take some trial and error. So we're just gonna say you are going to be 1150, and you're gonna be 1163. So now we just need it to be an ace. So close. All right, if we get rid of this flash, though. That's right, it's never going to actually be... Oh my gosh. Why is it not allowing me to change that card? I'm so confused. I should literally be able to set you to be equal to 1167. Why? So if I don't do anything, it draws a single card and everything's fine. But if I come in here and manually tell it, hey, you're going to draw X card, then it freaks out and like double draws every time. What if it's just like some random card, like whatever? And that's fine. Okay. With blackjacks on hand 1? I am so confused. There's got to be something going on if you get a blackjack on hand 1 after splitting. So we got the split button. Sets all of this. Turn on split stack. Turn off split possible. Turn on B. Okay. So then over here, it draws the card. So this is technically drawing a random card. And then I'm manually telling it to draw. If you're equal to card 1, draw 1150. If you're equal to cards drawn 2, then draw card 1163, which is 10 and 10. Okay. So then we wait 60 frames. And then if game variables 1140 is not equal to 0. Okay, double down H1 is on. If double down H2 is on, it's to move, loop. All that's commented out. Break the loop. Okay, if cards drawn is greater than or equal to 2, break the loop. Card total value is greater than 21. I'm just trying to figure out why it's double drawing cards. Because it should add 1 to cards drawn here, and then it jumps into this loop. Check deck for shuffle. So we randomize the cards here, 1141 to 1192. But then we're overriding that and just saying if the cards is equal, if you're on the first card, set the value to be 1150. And then if you are equal to cards number drawn 2, set it to 1163. Okay, so what if we say this? What if we just say if cards drawn hand 2 is equal to, you're greater than or equal to 1. Then you need to be 1154. Sure. So set card 1 to be 1150, which is a 10 card. And then if you're now equal to that, then set it to 1163, which is a 10 card. But then if the cards drawn for hand 2 is greater than or equal to 1, then set it to 1154, which should then be an ace, right? 1154 is an ace. Yes. Okay, so we should draw 2 10s, and then after that, it should draw an ace, which is a blackjack. Let's see what happens. So 2 10s, and if we split it, it then should draw a blackjack here at the bottom. But it draws 2 cards. Why? Why? Okay. Oh my gosh. Why have I done things the way that I have? Why? Why? Why have I? It makes no sense. Does it happen every time? Ugh. Because it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Let's split. Draws 2 cards. And then freaks out. Okay. All right. You an ace. Subtract it from there. Cards drawn is greater than or equal to 2. Break the loop. Card total value is greater than 21. Busting. Soft hand. End of the hand. Still busting. Here's what I want to know. Are things still broken if we don't get a split if it's just a blackjack? If it's just a blackjack, are things still broken? No, seemingly not. Okay. So... if we flash the screen right here, does it draw a card and then draw another card? This thing is going to be the death of me. It flashes, but then draws things again. So it's not instant. I feel like it's got to be somewhere in there. Right? Is it something even after that then? Because we're getting a card draw and then a flash and then another card draw. So is it after this? Because basically I'm just trying to find out where in this script it is drawing a card, flashing the screen, and then drawing again. I want to get to the point where it just flashes and then draws 2 cards rapidly, like rapid succession. Okay, so it's still being split up by the flash, which means it's somewhere below here even. Draw the monster's first 2 cards. Is it here? Maybe. Who knows? Oh. Oh, hey. Oh, this is actually very useful. This is actually showing me where the random generation is having issues. Okay. So this is because we've had this issue before where when some just like 1 out of like every 100 times that it tries to randomly generate the dungeon, something was holding it up. And it's this guy right here. So you're 1109, 100, and 36. 36 is the exit location. 36 is the starting exit room. So RTG spawn. I am an exit. Exactly. A crazy exit. So where? So it's getting stuck in a loop here. So this is spawning the entire dungeon here. This is spawning all the rooms, the pathways, the doorways, all that stuff. Setting the player's spawn. So it jumps into this loop here. So it just says, set the player's location to be equal to 1 through 60. And then it just checks to see if that room is a room. Cool. So then this one right here, this is the loop for setting variable 36 to be 1 through 60. So then the first thing it checks to see is the exit less than 55. I'm not sure which one of these it's going to be getting caught in, though. It's obviously not making it all the way to the end to break the loop. So one of these conditions is not being met. Let's just do this. This is where the spawning gets stuck in a loop. So I'm gonna have to come in here and just like go through these and just see, because I guess there's a possibility that depending on how it spawns, it just yeah, I'll have to look into that and just kind of see how that spawning is all working. That is beside the point, though. I'm glad that I kind of discovered what is actually happening there. But, okay, so this guy. So we get a flash, and then if we split, we're still getting divided by a flash. It's like the dumbest way to do this. But it'll help us get there eventually to figure out why it's drawing two cards on the blackjack. So we should get a split. Is it just like all the way at the bottom? That's what it seems like. So if we just come all the way down here and then we flash at the very end, is it still going to like flash, draw again, flash? We get a flash, so we split. Okay, so something before that is then going back and drawing two cards. All right, let's go back slowly but surely and just see what happens. First time chatter, the Mr. Cat, first of all, welcome, glad you're here, says, oh my goodness.
Welcome HyperGameDev_ and your 8 amazing audience members.
Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate that, HyperGameDev. Welcome. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. How's everyone doing tonight? HyperGameDev, thank you. And yeah, how'd your stream go? Anything fun, exciting you want to kind of chat about? Would absolutely love to hear what you got going on. Hyper double platform raid. Hyper double platform raid. Hyper double platform raid. I see over on YouTube as well. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, I hope that you had an absolutely fantastic stream. Anything you want to share? Would absolutely love to hear what you got going on, what you're working on. For anyone new here, first of all, welcome. My name is Moonwood Games. We're working on a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG where the combat is blackjack. And as of right now, we are kind of working on the whole blackjack aspect of it and running into some weird problems. And yeah, mostly with the whole splitting of your hand is kind of the problems that we're running into. But we're slowly but surely trying to make some progress here. So, but yeah. So, although I will say, Hyper Game Dev, if you got a raid run, totally understandable. No worries at all. I know that after a long stream, sometimes you got stuff you got to take care of. You gotta eat, you gotta sleep. Whatever else you may have going on. So if you got a raid run, totally understandable, totally fair. But I do appreciate the raid, so thank you. But yeah, to anybody else, first of all, yeah, welcome. Hopefully if this seems like something interesting, again, we're kind of creating like a retro style dungeon crawling roguelike RPG, and yeah, that's the kind of thing you're into. Would absolutely love a follow, but if not, that is totally fine, totally fair and understandable. And yeah, but I do appreciate you being here, so thank you. RPG Maker, I love RPG Maker. I love it as well. As sometimes annoying and difficult as it can be to do weird things.
For the follow, the Mr. Cat.
The Mr. Cat, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, the Krillionaire. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Here comes the text to speech any second now. Wait for it.
Thanks for the follow.
There we go. Thank you. I do appreciate that though. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, so it is RPG Maker, and the goal that I have is to make it not look like it's made in RPG Maker, and that's kind of what we're going for here. But yeah, it's I don't know. We're getting a double draw for some reason on this split, and I'm trying to figure out exactly where it is that we're getting this double draw. So I have a flash screen that's currently I'm slowly but surely moving up as we go along, just to see where we get a short break from the draw to the flash. So let's see if we split, we still get the double draw. All right, so it's still somewhere above here, somewhere. We're digging deep. Is it somewhere in this blackjack area? It might be in this blackjack area. Maybe. We'll see what happens. C is my language of choice. We were actually talking about the differences between C and C++ earlier tonight, so you might have been able to answer that question. The Mr. Cat says, what the hell, your bar is so close. I know, it's getting, I can't really point over there because my green screen then cuts off, but it is getting close. It is getting very close. We are getting close to that goal of 475, and I appreciate you all helping with that. Let's see, Hyper Game Dev says, give him a follow, to be honest, chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see here. Oh, it looks like over on YouTube you did comment though. A good stream, yeah, thanks. I put a mini game I made separately into a bigger project, and it worked. Hey, there you go. So long as it actually works, that is honestly half the battle sometimes. Ooh, okay, so it's somewhere in there. Yeah, that is half the battle, honestly, is trying to get things to actually work correctly. So if it actually did, then that is absolutely fantastic. I love to hear it. But anyway, yeah, so either way, I do appreciate the raid, though. And yeah, it's very much so appreciated. So thank you. Okay, so somewhere in here. So what is happening? So it's something literally right here. In this highlighted area, this is the problem child that is double drawing the cards. So right here, if variable 34 is equal to 2, which is cards drawn, so if you've drawn 2 cards, and if variable 35, which is the total card value, is equal to 21, which it should be. So then we're basically just saying so blackjack +1, player blackjack H1 turn on. So then if split stack is off, turn on monster bust, and then exit event processing. So I think the problem is, so split stack is not getting turned on. Is that the problem? So if we flash here, is split stack, which is variable 158, is that turned on? Because that could be the problem. So if I split the stack, So we flash. So we're looking for variable or switch. What was it again? 158. Switch 158. Is 158 on? It is on. Okay. So if 158 is on, that's if it's off. Turn on Monster Bust. Okay. So then do we need to say else if it is on? Is this where we want to then exit event processing? So get rid of the exit event processing there. Maybe? Maybe. Let's see what happens. I should not have grabbed Mathra's gauntlets, but well, whatever. Okay. Adventure in C. True, yeah. And C++ seems to be the language to use if I was making a GUI, so I can move it out of the terminal. Yeah, it's maybe the Krillionaire might be able to answer that, because I will not be able to. The Krillionaire says I'd be making FNAF in C. Oh my gosh, that is wild. I like that though. I like that. Funny Slam says hyper double platform raid, hyper double platform raid, hyper double platform raid. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're very late, but I have the spirit, and that's half the battle. As long as you got the spirit, doesn't really matter if you're late. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Hypel, the double hypel platform raid. Nothing beats it. It is peak right there. The double hypel. All right, so if we split, we get a flash. Okay, still not ideal. So that's if split stack is, but it's on though. Split stack is on, right? Because I split the stack. So if it's off, turn on Monster Bust. Monster Blackjack. So do we need to then say so then if player split stack is on, this is what then turns on C and turns off B. I'm trying to make sure that we get the flow correct so that we... Man, these splits are just throwing so many wrenches into my code. It's rough. Okay, so if you are splitting your hand and then you... Okay, yeah, let me think this through this. Okay, so if you split your hand and then get a blackjack on that hand, we need it to not turn on Monster Bust, obviously. But if split stack is off, that is the only time that it turns on Monster Bust. So if we move this over here, we shouldn't get any kind of flash, right? Because the split stack is on. Okay, so let's come over here. We split. Okay. So So then this is if the monster, I think this is actually where we're going. So this is if the monster or player has a blackjack. So this is either or. It's the monster or the player, which the player does have a blackjack. So then that is turning on stand. Okay, all right. Okay. So how are we going to bypass this if you split and get a blackjack, but don't bypass it if you get a blackjack without a split? I think what we need to do is so split stack is off, turn on monster bust, exit event processing. If not though, then basically just take this same thing. I just need to say if 158 is equal to true and 1226 is greater than 2, player has split stack, turn on C, turn off B, and then exit event processing right there. I think. Let's see what happens. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, so if we come down here, let us split the stack, which should give us a blackjack. So nothing should happen. Which is correct. Nothing happened. Cool. That's great. So we should be able to hit on this hand. That is correct, because we have a blackjack, and then we had busted on the other hand, but because the blackjack beat out what the monster drew, then both hands were able to play. Okay, let's move on to... I just want to test that one more time, just because I'm like, I want to make sure. All right, let's do that. Okay, so if we come in here, okay, so we have 2 10s, so we can split our hand. So if we split, we then force ourselves to get a blackjack, and then we've got a 15. So I could stand here. He's got a 15 to 23. He loses, I win. Cool. So I've got a 20. So if I split, I then have another blackjack. I've got a 16. I have the opportunity to draw more on this hand. So if I take another hit, ooh, actually, this is probably going to break the crap out of this thing. But if I double down on this hand, what the freak's gonna happen? It should give me a 3x damage, which it did not. So that's cool. Can I stand still? Okay. It was buggy. It was technically worked. Okay, that's fine. We'll just get past that point. So if we just take a hit here and it busts, should automatically go. He got a 22. He busted. We win. Awesome. Let's take a split. I got a 21 and a 20. Let's take a hit. We've now busted with a 30. He draws up to a 19. He loses. I win. Haha. I grab my D20. Merge into that. There we go. Cool. Okay. So that is all working for that. So. The Krillionaire says, I have no clue how to play blackjack. I just know whoever goes above 20 loses or something like that. Very close. Very close. Yeah, so blackjack, I definitely will be adding more of like a tutorial once I get everything in here and the game's ready. Just, you know, for anyone, because I know that for me, I didn't really know blackjack like at all until I started making this game. I kind of like knew the general concept, but that was about it. So yeah, so basically the way that it works is when you start your battle, I guess just blackjack in general. So when you start battle, you are, okay, well, there was a cool blackjack. That was a fun example. So yeah, so basically the way that it works is you draw 2 cards and the monster draws 2 cards. You get to see both your cards, but you only get to see one of the monster's cards. And again, like this is all how blackjack will work. So when I say monster, think the dealer, right? Basically. So you see the one card that the monster has, and then you see your card. So I've got a 13, he's got a 10. So there's, you know, he's probably has more than what I have with that other card added. Plus, he can draw more cards up to 21. So I need to probably draw on this 13. So I'm going to take a hit. So I'm going to draw. Okay, I went over 21. I busted. So there we go. I lose. He attacks me, and then we draw again. So I've got a 16. He's got a 15. Probably best to stand on a 16. So he's got a 14. He's got to draw again. He's got an 18. He wins. There we go. And yeah, that's basically how blackjack works. Yeah. So and then there's other like smaller rules. So if the dealer, or in this case the monster, if they draw a 17, 18, 19, 20, or 21, obviously, you know, anything from 17 to a 20, they cannot draw anymore. It basically just stops. And so since we both have a 17, we have tied. Now in normal blackjack, basically if you tie with the dealer, what that means is you get your money back, and you basically, it's just a tie. Like the round ends, nobody loses any money, everything's fine, you know, whatever. But I was like, it seems kind of boring in a game to have it be, oh, you tied, cool, nothing happens. So if you get a tying hand in this game, then basically you will you'll roll a d20 and you'll guess if it's going to be evens or odds, and then you just hope. Let's hope it's evens. All right, it was odds. He wins. There we go. And yes, then basically, and then like the way the scoring works in blackjack is the face cards are their actual face value. So if it's a 2 through a 10, it is worth either 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10. The royal cards, so like the jack, the queen, or the king, are worth 10 across the board. And then an ace is kind of like a wild card. So an ace by default is equal to an 11. But if you have an ace in your hand, and if you would go over 21 with that ace being an 11, it can then switch to being worth a 1, so in blackjack, they call that a soft hand. So if you have, let's say, for example, like if I were to have a 2 and an ace, so that would be, my hand would be equal to 13, and that would be considered a soft 13. So I could draw more, and let's say, for example, you know, if I were to draw a 5, I would then have a soft 18, because if I were to draw a 10 or something like that, something that would put me above a 21, that ace would then just automatically become a 1, and so then that would then become a, what would I have been at? It was an 18 minus 10. So yeah, so it would be equal to an 8 at that point, a 9, because it becomes equal to a 1. Yeah, so I then have a 9, and then it's on top of whatever I just drew. So yeah, that's kind of like the general idea of blackjack. There's extra little things, which is kind of what we're adding right now to the game, because before, like, we had a system working, like you could play blackjack, everything was good to go. But there's other things in blackjack that I wanted to add to make it a little bit more exciting. So doubling down is one of the new features that we're adding. And so basically what it means to double down is you are confident that with one more card, you will beat the monster and not go over. Obviously, that would be an absolutely horrible thing to do right now because I've got a 20. And so unless the next card is an ace, probably not a good thing to do. So I'm just going to stand on a 20. Let's see what he gets. So he's got 13, an 18. He loses. I win. I do damage to him. Okay, and there we go. This actually perfectly introduces the next mechanic, which is what we're currently working on, which is the splits. So essentially, the way that the splits work is if you draw two of the exact same card, okay, not exact same card, if you draw two of the same card, doesn't have to be the same suit, but if you draw two jacks, for example, if I draw two jacks, I have the opportunity to be able to split my hand. And the way that it works, typically in blackjack, the way that would work is if you split your hand, you would then double your bet. So you would have to take whatever you have on your hand currently, you would then have to add it to this second hand. So if I were to split this, I would then have to pay double the amount of money to be able to do something like that. That is incorrect. That is wrong. That should have been double blackjack. Why is it saying they're 12s? Double blackjack is absolutely freaking crazy. Like, that is wild that it's double blackjack. But why is it saying they're 12? Because those should have been 10s. You are... So hand 2, card 1 is card 2-11. So 11 is the identifier of a jack. Okay. And then the 111 is the identifier for an ace. Because an ace is either worth 1 or an 11, but I can't say the ace is worth 11 because the jack has the 11 identifier. So basically, if the ace is currently equal to 11, then it's 111, and then if you're equal to 1, you should be a 1. Okay, well, that's an interesting bug. Interesting. Very interesting. But it's the same thing here for the hand 1, card 1, and card 2 is 3-11 and 1-111. Okay, well, that's fun. That's fun. Because it's counting the aces as 1s, not 11s. True, but I'm not quite sure why it would have done... It shouldn't have done that. It should have treated it as... Yeah, it should have treated it as the 11, because it should have been 10 on both. The variables are right. It looks like the issue is in the math section. Yeah, something very bizarre. Hypergame Dev says, okay, I'm gonna run now and get some sleep. Love getting to see your game progress. It's so well polished. You got this. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the raid. I do appreciate that. Actually, the double raids, I do appreciate that. And yeah, hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening, and hope you have a great rest of your week. And yeah, good luck. And yeah, thank you. I was trying to think if there was something else, and I was like, nope, that's about it. Thank you for the raid. Hope you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening. And yeah. Go get some sleep. Go get some sleep. Good luck with the numbers. Good night. Yeah. I'm actually probably getting pretty close to the end of the stream anyway, because I usually end around 12:30 my time, and it is 12:30 my time. And yeah, this is a whole new bug that I'm like, hold up now. Okay, well, let's add that to the bugs. So, I drew a, caps lock was on. I drew a double blackjack on a split of 2 jacks, and I got 2 aces, and it, oh my gosh, and it counted as 12s on each hand, not the 21s it should have been. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out, because it's probably just somewhere I'm not calculating this in the proper sequence. Because basically the way it's working is if we come over here, let's just go to the first hand, right? So first hand. So this stuff right here, this is basically drawing the cards. So this is randomizing what card is being drawn. And then we come down, you know, it's taking care of stuff. Hand 1, hand 2, yada, yada, yada. This right here is taking into consideration if the cards are a jack, a queen, or a king. So it's basically just saying, hey, if the card identifier is equal to 11, then subtract 1 from your hand, subtract 2 from your hand if it's a queen, subtract 3 from your hand if it is a king. Okay. And then next is basically saying, are you an ace? So if the card that you've drawn includes card 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, or 4-1, then if you're an ace, then add 11 to the end of the string. Okay, and then card value is plus 10. Remove card from the deck. Because coming out as equals 12, it's 11 plus 1, not 10 plus 11. True. Well, that's what's weird though. So yeah, so because cards 3-11 sounds like you add faces counting as 10, 11, 12, 13, etc., which it is. It definitely is. So the reason why I'm doing it that way is because the cards need identifying factors to be able to actually show them. So like, you know, say for example, like the Jack card. So Jack has an identifier of card. You cannot see that. It has an identifier of card 1-11. The Queen has 1-12, 1-13. So it needs those as like their identifying numbers. That's basically, you know, it's basically their IDs, right? So the Kings are 13, the Queens are 12, the Jacks are 11. But then that's where I then come in here, and this is just the if statement. So if the variable that is storing that card value is equal to, once you slice off the CA, so it's slicing 6. So it's saying basically slice CARD, the suit, and then dash. And then it's taking the last identifying digit. So if you're equal to 11, 12, or 13, then it's basically just saying subtract 1, 2, or 3 from that value. So I think the problem is, so this section, the -1 or -2, etc., why not just have it do set variable to 10 instead of doing math? So the reason why that is because if we change the variable. So basically what I'm doing is I'm storing the string of the name of the image that's being shown. It's like the card image that's being shown. So I'm storing the string of the name of the card in the variable, and then I want to hold on to that so that I can later reference what is currently being shown on that card. So instead of changing the actual card itself and changing like its identifying factors, we basically just want to take whatever the pool of hand 1 is. So like say for example, if we drew the Jack, and then if the Jack had, you know, because the Jack would technically add 11 to the card's pool, your hand pool. And so instead of then saying, you know, subtract, you know, make that a card 1-10 later, because then all we would know is that is now a 10 essentially, because it's changing the identifying, it's changing the identifier essentially. So we want to maintain the identifier while not, you know, using that identifier to directly influence the hand 1's data pool, essentially. I'm sure that I explained that very poorly, and I am so sorry. Yeah, so basically all it's doing is it should be adding that value to the pool. So if it's a Jack, it adds 11 to the pool, but then it says, okay, but if you're a Jack, take 1 away. So I think what might be happening is it splits, and then it's not running through that again. I think. Let's see, to be frank, the last time I tried QT, I barely understood C. Guess I'll go with whichever feels better to work with. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea, Draco. QT I've only really seen used for like actual UI, whereas Raylib is used to render out games. I feel like Raylib is the better choice, but it's your choice to make. True. Yeah, and honestly, like whatever you can do to make your game is the correct choice. Like if it's something that you can use to make the game that you want, then that is the correct choice. Like that's like the only qualifying factor is like, so long as you can make what you want to make with the thing you're using, then there you go. Then it's the right engine for you. I use RPG Maker XP. I can't help at all here. No, you're good. I'm honestly doing weird JavaScript stuff that I'm probably doing very incorrectly, honestly. Yeah. So you're using string slicing to get the card value from the card name, and you want to keep that as that is also how you manage your deck. Exactly. Yeah, and so that's why instead of changing the value, because here's the thing, and if I'd set it up slightly, I know that I set it up this way for a specific reason. What that specific reason is, I cannot remember off the top of my head what it is, but something in the way that I have set it up, I did it this way because of how I needed to identify the cards based on the string that was being stored in the variables. Yeah. I don't remember exactly why, But I know there was a reason that I did it this way, and if I were to go in and change it, I'm sure that it would break, and I'd be like, oh yeah, that's why I did it that way. So I think what we need to do is, so this draws the card, it runs through, checks all of that stuff, everything's good to go there. So then we come down here. So this is checking if you are busting, if you're still busting after adjusting the soft hands. If you adjust the soft hands and you're no longer busting, then it breaks the loop. Split possible. Okay, double down. So then over here, if you split. So this is if you click the split button and it moves the cards over. So I think, let's see here. So that gets rid of the split button. This then erases pictures, shows pictures. So set H1 to C1 value. So if game variables 1193 split 6 is equal to 111, and then slice it. Else, if game variable 35 number slice, okay. So we're setting the hand 1 to card 1 value. So this thing here is just saying reset your total card value. And then we're saying set 35. So 35 is your hand 1 value. Set it to equal card number 1's number slicing 6 characters. So you would be setting back to, okay. So then we would now need to throw this in here. So we weren't actually refactoring this. So then we just need to say, so if number, the data system dot variables, if game variables dot value 1140, but we don't want 1140. We just want to say card 1. So the player's hand 1, card 1, which is 1193. So instead of saying 1140, because 1140 was a variable to do variables. So 1140 is now going to be 1193. So if 1193, if you are equal to 11, then say 35, subtract by 1. Else, if the data system game variables variable.value 1193 and 1193. Okay. So that just wasn't in there at all. So that was a problem. That 100% is a problem. So that takes care of that. So then move hand 1 card 2 to hand 2 card 1 slot. So we're basically just saying game variables.value set the value 1204 to equal game variables.value 1194, and then setting 1194 to equal 0. So that's just moving the card from one variable to another. Okay. So then we're adding the hand 2 card 1 value to hand 2 total draw value, which is essentially this exact same thing up here, which is not taking into account if that card is a jack, queen, or a king. So let's then copy this. So 1193 is the hand 1 card 1. So now we need the hand 2 card 1, which is 1204. So then we can just come in here and just say if coming over here, if 1204, 1204, and 1204. There we go. That should correct that. Anyway, the Krillionaire says, anyways, I'm also going to pass out. It is 11:43 for me. Oh my goodness. Go get some sleep. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. And yeah, I am also probably going to be getting off here pretty soon. I do want to test this just a little bit, and I'm going to have to see if I can figure out what I'm going to do here. It shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad, but yeah, I do appreciate you. Does RPG Maker support OOP? Because if so, it would have been easy to just have a value property that could have handled all that. I have no idea what OOP is. So, oop. Object-oriented programming is a programming paradigm based on organizing software design around data or objects rather than functions and logic. Oh. It encapsulates data, attributes, and behavior methods into reusable blueprints called classes, making complex code easier to manage, scale, and maintain. I am going to say it does not, unfortunately. So when it comes to the object-oriented programming classes, yes. So when it comes to RPG Maker, while they do support, the use of JavaScript, it is not really designed with anyone doing this kind of stuff with JavaScript. It is very much so like, hey, this is an option for you, but we're not going to support it and make it easy for you at all. So it's kind of unfortunately how it is with RPG Maker, which kind of means that a lot of the times I have to do weird things to diagnose the issues that it has. So yeah, unfortunately not. It would have probably made it quite a bit easier though. If I could have classes though, it honestly probably would make it way easier. So, because a simple card.get value method would have made this thing a whole lot simpler. Yeah. You're not wrong. It 100% would have. But yeah, unfortunately, it does not handle anything like that. At least to my knowledge. I mean, maybe someone with a bit more JavaScript knowledge may know a bit more in saying yes or no, but from what I understand with the way that it works, it does not, unfortunately, which is a little bit of a bummer. But it's one of those things that I'm like, well, honestly, once I wrapped my head around classes and OOP, I use them all the damn time. Yeah, honestly, like the I would say probably like the biggest thing forward that I have learned recently that I am now utilizing in all of this stuff is being able to get the variable names, not necessarily like the string value, but the actual name of the variable. I can actually reference that, and that has helped a bit, because a lot of this stuff would have been an absolute nightmare without being able to reference that kind of stuff, which I know sounds very bizarre that I have to do it this way, but, and this is where, again, and I've said this before, this is not a great engine to use to make a game like this. It works, but it's not great. So, yeah. Okay. So now I wonder. If we say, let's set you to be equal to, excuse me. So you're going to be 1151. So you're a jack. And then you are also going to be a jack. So you're going to be 1164. And then let's just put that back there. Okay. So this should give me 2 jacks. There we go. Which is 20. So if I split, can I read property slice of undefined? All right. That's right. So we're doing it slightly different here now. So we do not want to access the data system. So this is what's actually grabbing the name of the variable. We don't want that though. What we want is to just say number game variables.value 1193 dot slice 2 3 1 wait 1 2 3 2 3 2 1 0. Okay, so let's get rid of that and that and that and that. Okay, so yes, we're wanting to reference the variable itself and not the variable's name. So yes, we don't want to access the data system, which is why we're getting rid of this stuff. Because accessing the actual name of the variable is what's able to give us things like the card values itself. Which I know sounds bizarre, but okay. But it is what it is, I suppose. Okay, so if we split... Okay, so it was doing it again. But now it's doing the opposite. So now it's saying you are worth 19, which you should be 18, and it's saying you're worth 20, or you're worth 19 when you should be 20. So it's adding one. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh wait. I think I know what's going on there. Because you're also doing it to 35. Okay, we do not want 35. We want variable card total value H2, so 1227. Okay, that was actually a pretty simple one. So 1227. Okay. Whew. My brain is definitely getting very tired, so it's a good thing that we're getting close to get to like reaching a stopping point. Okay, so we're at 20. If I were to split, it then drops down to 10. So now we've got 20. Okay, all right. Holy smokes. So what this means is if we say if cards drawn H2 is greater than or equal to 1, then set U, so 1154. We want you to be an ace. So we're going to set you to 1141. And then same thing over here. All right, let's just say, well, yeah, we can actually just do that. So 1141 is an ace, and then let's do 1154, which is another ace. There we go. There we go. Which version are you using? Quick Google says that MV and MZ supports OOP. It kind of sounds like getting the variable name is sort of OOP. Oh. Well. I'm gonna have to look into that then. Because yeah, I'm using MV. So yeah, so MV and MZ is when they switched to JavaScript. So yeah, so I'm using MV. I mean, I guess you're right. From the little bit that I understand about OOP, it does kind of sound like getting the variable name is kind of OOP. Like using, like getting the name of the variable in the system to then reference the string in that variable, or to add the name of a variable to a string of a different variable is kind of OOP. I'm gonna have to look into it more and just kind of see what I might be able to figure out there. Because I'm sure there's definitely ways to make this thing easier. Yeah, OMG, the triple split hand is, yeah, that was wild. That one was crazy. So let's see what happens. So this one should technically be a double blackjack. Should. So if I split, there we go. We fixed it. Oh my gosh. Should not have taken that long, but we shouldn't be able to draw on either of those hands. We should be able to, wait. I just want to make sure. So if we come in here, we've got the 1x damage. And then if I split, it should go 2x, 3x. So you could do 3x damage if you were to be able to do a double blackjack on a split hand, which would be wild. The chances of that happening are absolutely wild. But here is another kicker. If I can get the correct perk card, which I believe is the Mathra's Ale-Soaked Gauntlets. So these will add an extra multiplier to your Blackjack. So by default, your Blackjack should do 2x damage anyway. But I guess it doesn't show it here. I guess that's true. Dang it, that is true. Okay, but if we split it here, so we should now be doing 3x damage. So Blackjack times 3. So these fists pack a punch when a Blackjack is drawn, but sometimes you'll accidentally draw 2 cards. Okay, so I think this should be... I need to change the wording here now, because originally you shouldn't have been able to get like a 3x thing going on here. So I believe this should be doing 4x damage. Should be. Which I think I kind of want to have be reflected here. But let's see what happens. So if we are doing 3x damage, we should be doing, well, 3, 6, 9, 12. We should do 12 damage. So he should be at -2 by the end of this. Or if we're doing 4x damage, it should be 4. Wait, did I calculate that? Yeah, 4, 8, 12, 16. So he would be 6 below. So he's either going to be 2 below or 6 below. Let's see what happens. If we stand... Okay, so the Ale-Soaked Gauntlets are not technically working correctly anymore. So I do need to fix those. But technically, if you were to have Mathra's Ale-Soaked Gauntlets, which should give you a multiplier to the Blackjack multiplier, you could then multiply your Blackjacks that have doubled up on the double Blackjacks, which would be wild. That'd be crazy. Anyway, yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad we got that fixed. Holy smokes. Okay, so I drew a double Blackjack on a split of 2 jacks, and I got 2 aces, and it counted as 12s. That has been fixed. Fantastic. Cut that out of the bugs. Move that down over here to fixed. Monster had a 21, and I had a 21 on one of my hands, and it didn't tie the monster. Yeah, okay, so that one is already... Yeah, that's a bug for another day. Honestly, we made some progress. Not a lot, but some. I'm gonna see if I can get the last of these split bugs finished before the next stream. Honestly, it's just one split bug left. The last one is if the player splits, then draws a Blackjack qualifying hand. Wait. I think we actually... No, we got that fixed. Because the bug was if a player splits, then draws a Blackjack qualifying hand on 1 or 2, it auto attacks. But that is not the case anymore. It should. Let's see. Yeah, both of those were just terrible. Do I have a healing potion? There we go. But we had tested that earlier, right? Because technically this should be here. Let's also move that up there. Yeah, so let's get a Blackjack on... Okay. That was wild. Let's get a... I think this is actually what will make me have a Blackjack on hand 1. Because I think this is what we actually fixed. Because it should be... If we split, I get a Blackjack here and it's not here. It doesn't auto attack, which the bug was if the player splits, then draws a Blackjack qualifying hand on hand 1 or 2, it was auto attacking. But it's no longer auto attacking on 1 or 2 as far as I know. So I should be able to take a hit on this second hand though, get a 24, and then auto attacks after that because we can't do anything else with it. Yeah, so that was everything that we were working on for that. Now if we switch it back, because everything was working on hand 2, but let's see, now that we've fixed hand 1, is hand 2 now broken? Oh my gosh, it's getting so late. All right, let's just check this really quickly. Here we go. I don't know how hard it would be to change your current system to handle using OOP instead, but it would make your value getting code much cleaner. Probably, yeah, most likely. I'll have to check and see what I could figure out, because there is a good chance that I could make this a bit cleaner. Also, I don't know if you saw our comments earlier about the queue on queen cards being a bit poor quality when compared to all the other card ranks. I think I remember seeing it. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so basically, yeah, with the queen, the reason why it does kind of look a little bit weird is just because of the font that I made for the game. The font, I need to redo the font, and yeah, so the Q is honestly one of the reasons why I need to redo the font. Yeah, the font is kind of terrible when it comes to, honestly, a lot of the letters, because basically what I wanted to do with the font is I wanted it to be, I wanted the letter, every single letter, I think it's called a monospace font. So basically the way that it works is every single character, it doesn't matter which character it is, every single character is always 5 pixels tall and 3 pixels wide. So, you know, this would be an H. You know, this is an A. This is an I, which, like, for the most part works totally fine. You know, this is an R, but that also means this is an M. Do you see the problem? Oh my, what the full on icicle.
Icicle gifted 10 subscriptions to the Moonwood Alliance.
Thank you so much for Long Icicle. Holy smokes, you did not have to do that. I appreciate that, though. Thank you. Holy smokes. And we reached our sub goal.
We reached our new subs goal of 10. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for Long Icicle. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks for the follow, Rook_you.
Rook, ooh, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, holy smokes. Well, it looks like, yeah, Rook, ooh, it looks like you got one of those gifted subs. So yeah, holy smokes, full on icicle. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that. Everyone, let's get some 07s in the chat for Footlong Icicle. I appreciate that. Thank you. You are too kind, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Maybe I will take some of that money and I will invest in creating a better font, because yeah, your sub goal must relatively low. Just say, well, yeah, well, I don't expect very much, so I keep it low, because I'm like, I want to hit it. It is low though. I was actually, just before the stream started, I was like, I should probably actually get them to match up, because on Twitch I'm just like, if I can hit 10, like, I am ecstatic over the moon. And then this one, like the stream elements one, that like is this whole bar down here. That one is like a completely, it's like not even linked at all, and I can't find a way to link it. So like I just threw in 25, because I was figuring, I was like, by the end of the month, I was like 25 by the end of the month. That would be absolutely fantastic. Like, I would be over the moon for that. The more subs, the merrier. I couldn't agree more. But you know, it's one of those things that I'm like, I'm doing this for fun. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I love chatting with people, having people come in and see the game. And so, you know, it's not really anything that I'm expecting, but it honestly, like, does mean so much when, you know, when absolutely fantastic people like you come around and gift subs. So thank you, Footlong Icicle. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. But anyway, yeah, so the font is not ideal, because again, like I'm saying, you know, so this is an H, right? This would be an M. I believe this is an N. So yeah, really not good. Oh yeah, and then this is a W. So very little to like separate them. But you know, if you see them in context, they make sense, right? Like if you see this, it's like, oh, okay, you know, this is hello, right? And like, it makes sense. If you see this in context, maybe you'll see it as well. Very low fidelity for some letters. Yeah. So trying to fit all of that into a 3x5 pixel area, not great. So I do need to redo the font, because it's, again, like, I did it specifically because with this game, I want it to be as pixel perfect as possible. Like I want it to be as accurate as possible. And so I want it to be like, well, I don't want to have like different sized letters, because then we could run into issues where they're either going off of the UI, like say, like the very specific example that I had was if, say, for example, you know, if the player were to name their character like 12 W's, and if the W's are wider than the rest of the letters, it could run into issues of it either going off the UI or it would like then start shrinking it, which then like ruins the whole pixel perfect look and aesthetic to it. So that was kind of the reason why I went this direction. But I think instead of doing a strict monospace font, I will probably do something where it's like I'll probably redo them, right? And I don't know, redo it so like that's what a W would look like or something. Or I don't know, something like that. So anyway, that's kind of like the rough plan, is to do something like that. I don't know why I'm not just resizing this down to freaking 1 pixel. So that would be a W, and you know, that way I can like, you know, hopefully differentiate a little bit better. I don't know, maybe we'll do 5x5s. Maybe the fonts will be 5x5s. We'll see. Indeed, this is a good place to hang out. I appreciate that, Footlong Icicle. I'm glad you're having fun hanging out. I always love seeing you here and hanging out, chatting. And yeah, it's a good time. Jax Build says hi. Welcome, Jax. Glad you're here. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic week so far. You don't have to do squares necessarily. I mean, that's true. And that's where I'm just kind of like, I'll have to go back and kind of explore, because it would look a little bit funky if everything was square, you know, because it's like if I'm doing A's, like this is what an A would look like, and it almost like makes it look more futuristic than retro, and I want to go for the retro vibe, and so and that would be like across the board, you know, like if this is what eyes look like, so I don't know. We'll see what happens, and maybe we'll just do something like where it's like, hey, like if it is a longer letter, then we'll do it one way, and if it's not, then we'll do it the other. But again, with like the Q's, it's like, you know, how do you make a Q look like a Q like this, you know? And so it's kind of like, well, you know, so I think eventually it was kind of just like decided on, it's like, I don't know, something like that, which I think is what we eventually landed on, right? Is that what the Q looks like? Yeah, something like that. So I don't know. I'm sure there's better ways to do it. Then that kind of looks like an R. Well, that one looks slightly better, actually. Slightly better. Still not perfect, but slightly better. Okay. We were testing the hand 2 blackjacks. Yes. Funnily enough, what you are talking about is a huge issue that has caused a lot of crashes in the past. Tom Scott did a video about something very, very similar a few years back about invisible characters, Arabic text, and word expansion crashing iPhones. Oh. Well, that wouldn't be good. That looks a little cleaner and understandable. Yeah, I think I do just need to like go through and just kind of like redo the like most of the font. Honestly, probably just needs to be redone so it's like more legible. Because I have had a few people that have seen like screenshots of the game and they've been like, it looks really cool, but the font is difficult to read, and I'm like, yeah, I probably need to redo it then. If it's difficult to read, then yeah, it needs to be redone. The M and N and W are always going to be tough. Yeah, and that's where I'm kind of like, well, I think it probably just has to be just some of the characters will just have to be like maybe like 4x5 instead of 3x5, which I think should be totally fine. I think that'll be all right. Like, it's not going to be the end of the world to make it slightly wider. So yeah, we should be all right. Okay, so we are testing now the second hand being an ace. So this should be drawing card 1 and 2 are 10s. And then that one shouldn't matter. So then this one down here, we then want you to be an ace, which I believe 1154 is an ace. 1154 is an ace. Okay. So this should give me a blackjack on hand number 2. Let's see what happens. So come over here. We've got 2 jacks. If I split, we've then got a 21 up here. Nothing happens. I should be able to take a hit on this bottom hand, which I do. There we go. We've got 3 jacks. Holy crap. And there we go. Awesome. So that is finally freaking working. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, that was a nightmare of bugs. An absolute nightmare of bugs. I just now realized, I'm like, why am I doing so little damage? It's because I lost my pyro damage. And so I'm, now doing 1 damage per hand because I only have the 1 card. So that's exciting stuff. That is a lot of necro dice. Jeez. Anyway, yeah, good times. So, yeah, let me just grab that from the bug list and cut that and put it into the fixed. Oh my gosh. Okay, now on the bugs, the last things we have are the monster soft hands are still messed up. The monster is above a 17. A soft hand shouldn't apply, but it does. And if the monster has a 21 and I have a 21 on my hands, it didn't go to a tie. I just had the monster bust. I think that is actually how I want it to go, but we'll see. So we are down to 2 last known bugs. I'm sure there will be another couple that probably pop up as we are testing the game and going through the, there's probably, because here's the thing, some of these things are very specific. And so until you hit that very specific hand, you're just not going to see it at all. So what about busted hands attacking on split hands? So, yes, so that is actually not necessarily a bug, it's actually a feature. So it started out as a bug, and then I've decided to turn it into a feature. So basically, the way that it is working, so the busted hands, oh, those damn ads, when you start answering, don't worry, I'll answer when back. There we go. It's blasted ads. It's blasted ads. I do have them set to the lowest possible without having pre-roll ads, because from what I've been told by people is that pre-roll ads are the worst, which I will agree. I absolutely hate pre-roll ads. So I have the least amount of ads set to not have to then turn on pre-roll ads. So it does suck though that the ads pop up, but yeah. Okay, so let's swap that then to be randomized there as well. No, we actually want to have, I still want to be able to split actually, but instead of 1141, let's say you're going to be like 1145. And then you are also going to be 1158. All right. So yeah, so when they get back, we will, for anyone not seeing the ads because you are a sub, then yeah. So as soon as people are back from ads, then we will kind of finish with the answer, and then that'll probably be the end of the stream because it is late. It is almost 11:15 here, and I've got to be up for work in about 4.5 hours. So, all right, cool. You are back. Awesome. So yeah, so basically to answer your question. So what about the busted hands attacking on split hands? So that did start off as a bug that I was working on fixing. And then I was like, actually, it's kind of fun. I felt like it added a little bit of extra. I'm trying to think of like the right way to describe it. It feels more fun because here's the thing. Like I said, I was kind of working on getting the bug fixed because I was like, well, if you bust on one of your hands, basically what you're supposed to do is you just lose that hand, right? Like that should be the end of it. But I wanted to not just get rid of the card because then because on the back end, everything would still be set up for a split hand, but then the visual, if there was just the one set of cards left, then it would look like it was just a single regular hand. So I could have gone in and like corrected all the back end stuff and just been like, you're basically just a single hand now. But then I was like, okay, but now it would look a little bit weird on the UI, like if the bottom hand busted, so then you've got like the top hand without anything down below. And so I'm like, okay, so what could we do to like make this look better and feel better? So I was going through I was like test playing on other bugs, trying to make sure that those were all working. And then for some reason, like because I was working on the splits, obviously. And so I kept splitting. And then I noticed that like when I would take a hit and I'm like, okay, that's at 18, I want to make sure this doesn't, And for some reason, like as I was playing, I was just like, it felt more fun to basically treat this. So if you're familiar with D&D at all, if you know the term rolling with advantage. So basically, for anyone who doesn't know D&D terms, so rolling with advantage means you get to roll 2 dice, and then you get to pick the highest roll of those 2 dice, which can help a ton, like, or it can just not mean anything. If you roll a 5 and then a 6, who cares? But yeah, so rolling with advantage basically gives the opportunity to just roll 2 dice and then pick the highest number. So kind of the way that I'm like looking at this is almost kind of like the split will work as almost like you are drawing with advantage. And so you have essentially 2 hands that you are drawing into. And so long as at least one of those hands does not bust and is higher than what the monster has, then both hands pass. Yeah, so it is something we could go in and we could change different. You know, we could make it different. We could make it so like if you bust on one hand, it just disappears, it goes away, and then you're just back to a single hand. So we could absolutely 100% do that. But this is honestly, as I've been test playing this, trying to fix all the different bugs, I'm like, this actually is a lot of fun knowing that it's like, oh, well, I've got these 2 hands, you know, and I can, and again, like kind of like we talked about before, there's, why did I get a 5 and a 10? The player, okay, you're a 5 and a 10. You're at 0. Let me just check something really quickly. 30 variable 34. You're currently at 2. Okay, all right. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. What was I saying? Let's double down. Oh, that was a good double down. 18. Take that, sucker. I'm trying to remember what I was saying. I can't remember what I was saying. Something about the testing and yeah, the busting of one hand. Oh yeah, that's right. It is kind of fun to like know that as I'm doing the splits, and I don't know why it's doing this now. I literally have this set up to always draw 11:45 and 11:58. 11:45 and 11:58. Oh, sorry, I got these mixed up apparently, somehow. 11:45 and 11:58. Sorry, I'm just changing something really quickly. Put those back there. There we go. Okay, now it should be 5s across the board every time. Yeah, so basically as I've been testing, as I've been going through, it is kind of fun to be like, okay, because like it's like cool, I drew a 21 there, so it's like I know, like, unless the monster gets a 21, this is gonna be the highest. So like I know that I can then come in here and I can bust, which then gives me 1 more attack power. And yeah, and then there we go. He's got a 14, he's got an 18. There we go. And I do just that little bit extra damage. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it feels as I'm playing. The other thing that we could look into doing is having it be basically where if you do bust by default, essentially it'll play as default. You bust, you lose that hand, and then that's it. You're out, and that's how it'll be. Or the other thing that I was kind of thinking is we have our skill tree. And so basically what we could do is one of these upper skills could be something you could unlock to make it so that if you bust on a split, you still have a second opportunity. It's something we could do. It could be, yeah, it could be an option in for one of the skills, essentially. So I don't know. Reveal the top card if the deck if it's a king, queen, or jack. Reveal the top card of the deck if it's an ace. I kind of like those ones. So I don't know, maybe it'd be like a luck thing. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Extra pizzazz. It feels good to get a freebie attack. Classic. This bug is actually kind of fun, so let's keep it situation. Exactly. Yeah, it's basically what it was. Is I was going to fix the bug, and I was like, it's actually way more fun when you have the split hand where you can just be like, because like now I know with confidence I've got a 21 and a 20, so it's like I might as well draw another one because that just means I'm going to be doing an extra 1 damage of hydro damage, and so there we go. So I don't know, it's yeah, definitely one of those things that it's like it's kind of fun. We'll leave it in there. If it gets a little bit too bizarre, then we'll take it out, or we'll patch over it in some way, shape, or form, and yeah, then we should be good to go from there. Cool. All right, let's see. I think your up bar is not visible. Wait, I think your up bar? My up bar? Wait, what's my up bar? What's up bar? But I don't know what you're talking about, Dazu. Will the enemy eventually be splitting hands too, or is that another player advantage? So I don't... I'm like 99% sure that the dealer doesn't split ever. We could add that to as like a boss mechanic, because there will be bosses you'll be fighting. So we could add that as a boss mechanic. Yeah, we absolutely 100% could. HP? Wait. I think your HP bar is not visible. Wait, which one? Because this one's the player's HP bar. And then this one's the monster's HP bar. Or is that an older message that was not working, that it maybe wasn't working correctly when you sent it? Still live? Big stream. Well, I meant to not be still live like an hour ago. And then we finally fixed a bug. And then I wanted to test the bug. And yeah, it definitely has turned into a bit of a longer stream than I was anticipating. I was definitely not planning on streaming for 5 hours tonight, but we were making so much progress that I'm like, I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop. So, yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. Why are you still awake? / awake again? What are you doing? You're supposed to be fixing your sleep schedule. All right, if you're checking out, I'm switching over to Togglebit, but I'm already in bed. That's fair. That is fair. Yeah, we are gonna be heading out now, though. I think that only has a good idea to having it as a perk, either a dexterity, you are sneak attacking like a with a hand that you shouldn't or something. I do like that. Yeah, it definitely could be a part of the, okay, we're gonna fix that. Yeah, definitely could be a part of the dexterity skill tree. And honestly, like, we can add other skills to this too. It's not like this is locked in where it's like, oh, we can't add anything else. Like, we could add another skill and have it be something like that, where it's, yeah, we're something along those lines. That is very broken. That is, we're gonna have to fix that. We're gonna have to fix that a lot. So that's my bad. There actually is another skill that I do want to add, which is essentially making it more common for you to get splits. Okay, he also got a 21. Wow, that is odds. Yeah, there we go. I like it. Anywho, yeah. So that's that. So yeah. Oh my gosh, odds again. Eh, whatever. Oh well. Nice seeing you today, Footlong Icicle. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I hope you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening, and yeah, we'll hopefully see you on the Sunday stream. So until then, have an absolutely fantastic weekend, and rest of your week too. It wasn't always visible. I think the problem was, so one of these perk cards actually kind of breaks it because it reduces my vitality by 1. So if I take this pyro charge, no, it's another one. Which one is it? It's the it's the daggers of damage. That's right. If I take the daggers of damage, it reduces my HP so much that it actually zeroes it out. So that's why that happens, and then I have no max HP, and it just kind of does weird things. So I think that's probably what it was. We do need to fix that, though. We definitely do need to fix that. Sounds kind of fire, actually, having the bosses each stage unlock one more mechanic that was otherwise a player advantage. And yeah, absolutely, we can do something like that. honestly kind of what I want to do, and this is something I haven't really talked about on stream. So as you can see, you know, you've got the perk cards, right? Every single time you start, there will be a handful of perk cards you'll be able to pick from, things that have different advantages and disadvantages. I think what I want to do is on with the bosses, as you build out your perk cards, they will have perk cards that will kind of counteract some of the things that you have, not necessarily all of them, but some of them. And so I kind of want to have the bosses also having perk cards that are negative toward you in certain ways. So I definitely need to look into it more, get it a little bit more balanced, because I don't want it to be annoying, but I want it to be something where it's like, depending on how you build your character, the different the floor bosses will have different fighting styles, different mechanics, different advantages over you. So yeah, well, we'll have to see how it kind of works out though. I've been laying in my bed in pitch black darkness since I was last here. Oh my gosh, you still haven't fallen asleep? Could have spent that time developing. I know that thought. I know that thought. European markets open at this time. I have to keep an eye on that shit too. That's fair. That's fair. Well, either way, I appreciate you. Shadow bosses occasionally that have dark reflections of some cards you have, and you have a chance to get a purified version of it. Ooh, I like that. I like that. We've also talked about potentially even making it so that like the perk cards are locked behind the bosses themselves. And so basically the bosses have these perk cards, which are giving them these advantages. And then when you defeat them, you then get that perk card. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. There's so many different things that I've been like, oh, we could do this. And then some of it sticks and others not so much. So anyway, like I was saying, though, it is very late. I was not planning on streaming for 5 hours tonight, but here we are 5 hours later. But work is going to come very early in the morning. I've got to be up in 4.5 hours. So I'm going to get some sleep now so that I can actually do some work tomorrow and not just be absolutely destroyed. I feel like I'm probably going to have to take one of these to work with me so I can, you know, function on top of all the coffee. Yeah. Bosses with perks that you can obtain is a great idea. I do like that idea. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Should be a good time. So anyway, I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you so much. I hope everyone has an absolutely fantastic rest of your evenings or days, mornings, wherever it may be in this world. I hope you all have a great weekend, and we will see you all on the Sunday stream in a few days. So until then, take care, good luck, and yeah, we'll see you then. So goodbye.